check, 1, 2, mic check. I wonder if I got any kind of problem last night with that music. What is this thing over here? I don't want that there. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a fucking pin, dude. I'm not gonna let this fucking market go anywhere. Check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Is that too loud? Hey, good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Happy good morning. Happy morning to all of you out there. I'm not going to expect too much today. I'm hoping that we can go up a little bit. Today, maybe 5,300, 53,200, somewhere in there as kind of a top. We're in an Opex pin for end of month. It started yesterday on the closing bell. I saw someone text earlier blood, but I don't think you're going to get blood today. It's possible, but I don't think so. There's more. I'll show it to you in a little bit, but there's a ton of options expiring today, tied to 5,300. So end of day, I would tell you 5,300, but almost to the pin by close, or near it, in or around it. So regardless of what today's action is, the expectation is that we trade that. Let me see if I can get over to the. Let me get over here really quick. Give me one quick second. So here is now the max pain for today, I think, is 517. Max pain sucks as an indicator. Hold on a second here. As any kind of an indicator of where we're headed on a daily basis. What's mostly not concerning, but what's going to have more impact today is likely options expiry. So you've got 5,300 is basically the beacon. And if there was a beacon, that is it. So in Opex as well, you'll see these contracts expire. Like you're gonna murder them, and then you'll make just enough, right? 7 cents, 15 cents, something like that on these options today. So anyways, other than that, the expectation is that today goes up and parks itself at 5,300 by the close of today. Now, we're going to take a quick look really quick at Gamma on the day and just take a peek at the market Gamma. So just give me one quick second. We'll take a look at Gamma for the day. Good morning to all of you out there. I hope you had a great week. I was thinking yesterday that I was talking with Joe Donut about getting server racks, making a jump to. Sorry, I've got allergies, brutal allergies. You can hear them. Like hard to breathe. See where we're at here with Gamma for the day. I don't think much has changed. I don't see much changing as of today. I don't see much change here at all. Gamma Flip is higher now. It's at 52.50. No substantial Gamma to the downside. Local support's still roughly, not roughly, but it's at 5,300. This is where your local resistance is. A little bit more upside gamma developments to 5,500 now. We'll talk about that too. There was an interview done yesterday. I posted on Twitter this morning. I think it was yesterday. It was with Scott and Jason. Scott from CNBC and Jason from JPM. We'll have a little discussion about that interview. There was a lot of, you could see that there was some contentiousness in that interview. If you haven't seen it, I posted on Twitter this morning, mostly because you don't normally see that those arguments on CNBC. You don't set people up in an interview to intentionally argue about where the market is going or stuff like that. I found it fascinating personally. Now there is a note here. If you see SPX, here's the hourly trigger on SPX. You know that the hourly trigger on SPY is slightly different, slightly higher. Hourly trigger's parked above, so just keep note of that. That's down here below right now at 52.75. So if you are looking for more downside today or something like that, downside move, maybe come back up to 5,300, something like this for the day. Well, I could see that possibility. It's possible, but I doubt it. I doubt we hit this until next week. I'm looking for this more on Monday, Tuesday. This downside move, more of a pinning action, fucking around up here into the close. And that roll down on Monday, Tuesday, we'll finally get that downside move. So we'll monitor it as the day goes forward. Now, I wanted you to watch that video on CNBC because it addresses a lot of what we talk about around here. The fact that hold on, let me go back to the main screen here. The fact that this is a sad fact to say. It's kind of funny too. I found the video on YouTube. It was in my news feed this morning, and it wasn't on YouTube. It was just in my news feed. So I clicked on it, brought me to YouTube, watched the video, and I read that there weren't too many comments. There were like 5 or 10 comments on the video, and I found them slightly fascinating. Because last night on Reddit, I was going through our videos, and there was a video there with someone was saying that we're in the middle of a financial collapse. Let me see if I can find that video really quick, just to show you the context of what I'm talking about here. Hang tight 1 second. Hopefully people watch this video. It was uploaded last night, and then it was brand new when I saw it. But I wanted to show you the commentary on this video. Hopefully this video is around. And I was slightly left scratching my head. Let me see if I can find this thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. At any rate, someone put a video out yesterday on Reddit, and the Reddit video said something like, "Are we in financial collapse?" Now, inside of this video, the thumbnail of this video was one of the memes, one of the like 4chan memes or something like that. And in the commentary of the video on Reddit, someone wrote, "I'll never take a video seriously with a meme as the thumbnail." And then watching that CNBC video this morning, there was some commentary on the YouTube version of that video. And it was along those same lines. Not the same lines, but similar lines. Commentary in that video on YouTube was, boy, Scott's a real asshole. on CNBC asking those questions. And the I won't take this serious unless because the thumbnail looks like a meme, combined with the commentary on that YouTube videos. Two videos had similar commentary. Reminds me of two important things. Number one, YouTube videos are meant for you, or there's a part of YouTube videos that are meant for that are built specifically for you to trust those videos. How do you gain trust from a viewer? The first way would be to wear nice clothes, a polo shirt, button-up, tie, whatever. Suit doesn't matter. And it lends credibility to what you're putting out there for consumption. The second part would be that you sound like you know what you're talking about. You sound like you're educated. You sound like you understand deeper mechanics of why the market does certain things. For you to consume it and say, yeah, you know what? That guy had a perfect thumbnail. It looks like he's, I don't know, like he's a real newscaster or something. I don't fucking know. Like some kind of this person is a I don't know, a data scientist or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But what matters is that you believe that as a consumer. And those two comments are kind of right. Because when you watch videos from people that craft themselves to be that person, right? They have a script. They say big words to you, and then they put a nice little thumbnail. They look perfect, all that kind of shit. What happens is that they get lots of views, thousands, tens of thousands, sometimes a million, tons and tons of views. And most people believe, just based on that basic credibility, anything that's said to them. When the reality is that most of the time, it's complete and utter bullshit. Say that again to you. Complete and utter bullshit. Your bullshit meter should be going off way more, way more, the more serious people take themselves and the content that you're consuming as it relates to the market. In most instances, not all, but in most. Especially when it's something that it's getting a million views and million upvotes. And the reason I say that is because if you watch that video this morning from CNBC, Scott's point was, you're out of your fucking skull, Jason. You're out of your fucking skull. We literally just traded from 3,500. We're now trading 530. Listen to that closely. 3,500. We're trading 530 right now. That's almost fucking, it's not quite double, but you know, the returns on that are insane. Insane. And so when you see something like that, right? See that video this morning from Twitter, or that I posted on Twitter from CNBC, there's no basis in fucking reality by most of what you're consuming out there. Now, last night in a market brief, I posted some links to some other news articles. Jamie Dimon coming out and saying some stuff. They're talking about the debt, the U.S. debt, GDP. That's real. But is it today? No. Is it material today? Nope. Will it be? Yes. You also saw Ray Dalio come out. And Ray Dalio is saying same thing Diamond's saying, right? Same thing that Jaime's saying. Ray Dalio couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn if you gave him a fucking bus to drive through it. Literally. Could not hit the side of a fucking barn. He's smart as hell. Smart as hell. And not only is he smart as hell, he's able to explain complex subjects simply for you to consume. But will he be right? Yeah. Is it today? No. Do they have to get that data or information out to you for the future? Probably. They work similar to a bureaucracy, right? Ray Dalio come out and say something and say, well, if it hits in the next year or two, I'll be right. Is it relevant to today? Fuck no. Is it something that you should be consuming and thinking, all right, I'm going to short the market here? Fuck no. There's no basis in reality. Does that make sense to you? That it doesn't. We are literally trading 5,300. Came from 3,500. So the reason I'm telling you this stuff is when you're out there, you can see them, right? You can see. I don't normally watch this stuff, but I watched. What did I watch? I had something come on my feed. It wasn't actually my feed. It was my wife's feed on a home TV. We have YouTube. We have YouTube in a different email, so it's like her YouTube or whatever. We got a family, so we got like kids. Like sometimes my YouTube feed is full of I don't know, K-pop crap or anime. Not that that's crap, but you know the kids are watching a bunch of stuff, and the wife's watching stuff, and then we got people that come over the house, kids, friends, whatever. And I had another video come up from Game of Trades, so I watched it. I couldn't make it through the first 15 minutes. No offense, I think they have great production value. But I watched it, and it was amazing because the first 5 minutes of that video, it was great graphics. They had I think they were talking about inverted yield curve mattering and its interplay with oil and gas, and they were drawing fucking lines, and it was beautiful. And I was watching it, and I was like, number one, this is great production. Is it based on any sense of reality? Fuck no. Does it mean anything to our market right now? No. No, it doesn't. And so what's the intent of the video? Intent of the video is views. Playing with your emotions, playing with your fears, insecurities, that kind of stuff. Is it based on anything that matters to you? No. Literally nothing. But it's no basis in reality. And the reality is that the market is trading 5,30, 5,300. The reality is that we bottomed on 3,500. Now we're going to circle back around here in a minute because Scott was asking Jason about the divergence in momentum in the marketplace. And it has a lot to do with what we trade here. We trade velocity, momentum. That's what we trade. That's what we do in this show. We trade velocity, momentum. That's what we do in the website. That's what we do in the Discord, as we're watching for the unseen hands in the marketplace that most trading styles do not account for. Most of them do not. You can look on. If you look, I love using gamma. I love using time frames. I love using traditional charting methods. I love using Elliott wave. But most of the time, if you take all those together, they're missing that one last piece, which is the hidden hand of the market, the momentum that's coming up or down over the price of a stonk. 2 weeks ago, I think, someone came in the stream 2 weeks ago and asked me about GME. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. We've got it on record. We record every fucking one of these videos. Someone said, hey, man, what's your take on GME? And so we were looking at GME, and I said, man, something's going to happen. There's some news coming. I don't know if it's positive. I don't know if it's negative, but I'm going to tell you right now that fucker's going to move. And how did we know that? We knew it because of the interplay of triggers coming, and we knew it because of where velocity was. Okay? So we knew this about Tesla as well before it happened. And then, of course, you get this big move in GME. You get conjecture of things coming for GME, news announcements, that kind of stuff. And I even posted last night an article where hedge funds said they were aware that something was going to happen with GME, so they didn't get caught off guard. There's a bunch of articles saying that they lost billions, and there's more articles saying, no, they were aware. I think they were aware. And I'll tell you right now, they were hyper aware. We use a very similar system to what these hedge funds use. how they trade day in, day out is very similar to what we use. So they probably were aware that was coming to GME. And Scott and Jason today were basically talking about that same stuff. You listen to how Jason was speaking, he was talking about momentum on multi-time frames. Jason said there's divergences on other time frames. If we get underneath the 50-day moving average, it could spell doom and trouble down the road. The only thing I would say to Jason, not to Jason, but to anyone that watched that video would be he gave a number of about 51, 1.5, I think. And I don't know where the 50-day moving average is. I don't pay attention to it anymore. I used to. I used to pay attention to the 50-day moving average and the 50-week moving average or something like that. It's called the weekly moving average, WMA. I think it's based off the 50 on a weekly chart. Don't quote me on that because it could be wrong. I haven't looked at it in fucking years. But then if we get below it again, it's showing a divergence on multi-time frames of momentum. And the truth be told, he's giving that number, and it's a little sloppy. It's a little fucking sloppy. If you're And the reason why I say it's a little bit sloppy is because we're here, right? This is a 1-minute chart right here, right? This is a 1-minute chart. If you turn this chart into a daily chart or a weekly chart, it's a speck of movement. And if you trade back down to 5,000 or near 5,000 or 4,850 on a major correction, it's not that glaring. You could literally have one blast down day from 51.15 to 48.50. Seriously, like 1 day, 2 days, bounce right back and not reject actual market support, which likely sits at 5,000, somewhere in that 5,000 range. But stating 51.50 is the line, you go below it, you're fucked. I don't believe that for a minute. There'll be market crash, doom and gloom, all that stuff. Momo will be lost. But we're going to talk about momentum really quick and what Jason was speaking about in divergence and momentum. We're going to just chat about it briefly here. And let me see if I can bring this up for you really quick here. In one quick second here. Hang tight. Let's go over to the trigger screen here. And what Jason's discussing with Scott on CNBC. And what I want to bring to you, hold on here. Is this going to work for me today or no? I don't know if it's going to work for me or not. Whoop. Let's see if I can get the daily velocity. Let me see if I can get more. Hold on 1 second here. I don't know if I can do it on this one. No, not the triggers. I need velocity here. Let's see, I forget how to do this. Day swing. Does that work? Let's see if that works. Sometimes I forget how to do this. Hold on 1 second here. I wrote this code, and I think I might have forgotten my own rules. Yeah, 1 quick second here. See if that one does it. I guess we'll do auto. I'll figure this. I'm gonna have to rewrite this thing. Might have to rewrite this thing. All right, so we're gonna switch to a daily chart, though. I know we can get it this way. Now, what we're going to talk about here is divergences in momentum. And this is what Jason was speaking of. So we can go back here and take a look at this. Divergences, excuse me, in momentum. I just had a Streamlabs up, as I had just heads up to you. I had a Streamlabs forced update this morning. So I don't know if I'm having too many issues here, but that's 07. Let's go back to 2020. There we go. It's a pretty decent place to see it all line up. It's better on a 30-minute basis. I'm gonna have to rewrite this to get this better for you so it looks cleaner. But whenever we come into a major market top, like this is the top of the market, Jason this morning was saying to you, we have divergence in price and Momo on other higher time frames. That can be a problem for the market. He is correct. Not only is he correct, he works for JPM, and these guys know how to divest the market before most of you do. And what he's discussing with you on CNBC this morning, which most of you don't know, is there's an alignment of a topping in weekly, monthly, and quarterly that takes place before we get to a market top. Remember this right here. And as that divergence, and then now that before the divergence even happens, you see the ramp in the quarterly, the ramp in the monthly, the ramp in the weekly, all at the same time. And they will begin to divest themselves even though price is heading higher. So even the late stage of this run here, as we come to the end of it, you'll start to see divergence in momentum and divergence from a peak in momentum before price finishes for the roll. And they will know that we are close to a top. They'll actually come out on this pullback right here and say, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. It doesn't matter if it happens here, here, or here. They just know that it's time to get out of the market. So they start to divest themselves of the marketplace. As they're divesting themselves at these peaks, price can diverge. Now, let's take a look right now where we are. And do we have that same divergence? We do not, do we? But we are close, aren't we? You can see that we're still climbing on a quarterly basis. We have lots more to go on a monthly basis. And we already know that weekly can climb and hold for a period of time. Big question mark there, right? When do we peak out? Well, we're not peaked out yet on quarterly. We're not peaked out yet on monthly. And we know that weekly can become sustained, right? So if you're listening to Jason speak this morning saying, hey, if at any point we start to trade below 51.15, we could be close to a top in the marketplace. If we look in previous examples, there's still many months before you get there. Many months and many highs to come. So though Jason is warning you, hey, if we ever start to lose this stuff, watch out. I tend to agree with him, but we likely, as long as we hold just 5,000 somewhere in here, we're probably okay. Probably okay for more continued highs. And it does not match up down below on velocity, even if you trade this here. You want to see that velo maxed out on monthly, maxed out on quarterly, and some kind of a sideways and highs on weekly velocity. And even then, you're talking about way more highs before we ever get there. So my point here culminates in you can't really take anything these guys are saying as mattering to your placement in the market or your your thesis on the market that has anything to do with the price of fucking SPY today. Does that make sense? Doesn't have anything to do with your thesis on SPY today. If you are bearish today, or if you're doom and gloom and you have a problem with the price of SPY, that's fine. But let me ask you a question. If between now and December, January, or March, we're trading here, or how about even higher? I know this makes you sound, this will send you to your grave thinking about that. I don't think we trade, this is a low probability trade up here. It gets even lower as we go higher. But let's take a look at where we are today. We're trading 5,300. For us to trade 6,000 is easy. Easy to trade that. Trade 530, trade 550, right? Nice little pullback down here. You get your 485, and then we're off and running to the races. It's a little bit closer than that. Off and running to the races to get to 6,000. So to trade this right here, boom, 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 not that big of a deal, is it? Where's 2025? Somewhere in there in 2025. Just an extremely, and they're telling you, market crash. They're telling you that you can't hold. If you don't hold, they're actually telling you higher. They told you if you don't hold this, it's like this right here. You don't hold that, you're fucked. You can break below that. You can blast down. If you don't hold that, we're not going to 6,000. They're not even calling for 6,000. They're calling for like 50. Now I think they just did updates yesterday. Now they're saying 5,400. Top for the year. Before it was 5,100. Top of the year. They're fucking last October and December they weren't telling you we're going to 5,000, and they're not telling you right now that they're going to 6,000 either into the end of the year. So, and our velocity tells you already that we are going up there. We are heading up there. So your extreme bearishness and all this crap you have probably isn't relative. Doesn't mean shit. They have to get their information out to you telling you that as we approach 6,000, basically, the market can crash. And even if it does crash, where is it headed? Right? And when does it actually take place? So the doom and gloom that you see out there by a lot of these people putting information out to you, they're wearing a nice shirt and tie, they look great, they got a fucking graphics everywhere they paid $1 million for. Does it mean anything? Fuck no. It's for you to consume, to feed your fares. That's it. That's it. That's all it means. And to the point of the inverted yield curve and duration of it, that doesn't mean shit either. It's one of the worst indicators on their own ever. Only reason it's used is because it can be used so frequently, right? It's only accurate about 60% of the time. Doesn't mean shit. You need a stew, like a soup, of other ingredients, more than one, and it ain't fucking oil and gas. Well, that's oil and gas plays a part of it, but GDP plays a part of it. Unemployment plays a huge part of it. Inflation would be from gas and oil, but it's just fucking inflation. It's not gas and oil. It's inflation, any kind of inflation you can get. Inflation, unemployment, Fed rates, all that stuff, GDP, it's a soup. You need the complete soup together for the inverted yield curve to matter. On its own, it just means that they have more opportunity to point to it and say, look, there's an inverted yield curve. Because that fucker's inverted for a long time every time. So it gives them a talking point. Inflation's coming down. Unemployment is good right now. Workforce participation is going up. Fucking retail sales, they're still spending money. I mean, I can just go on and on and on and on with the list of why the soup isn't ready yet. The soup is literally not ready yet. Momo is still climbing right now. I could just list them off. But because you got an inverted yield curve, it's a talking point that you drink, you chug it 500,000 fucking views, 150,000 fucking views. What are you guys doing at home? Are you literally walking around talking to your fucking friends out there and telling them about how the fucking economy is going to collapse? How it's going to be burning tires down fucking Wall Street and shit like that? Come on. It's not based in reality. It's based in some fucking insanity that has nothing to do with the price of SPY or our stock market. And they don't want to tell you that. They want you to consume it. They want you to feed your fear. They want you to feed into this like fucked up thing where you're constantly worried about everything crashing and burning and not just getting on with living and trading a market that does what? What does the market do? It goes up and to the right. It always has. It always will. I remember when we were at 3,500, people didn't want to buy that fucking bottom. You would have been paid very well to buy that bottom. And the same thing applies here. Now, we have a very high, I'm going to say it to you one last time. We have a very high probability of trading at least 6,000, 5,800, 6,000, somewhere in there. Very high probability. Let me say that to you again. A very high probability of trading that before we come to the end of this debt cycle. I'm going to spend some time today clipping and posting some posts from a private group that I've been in for many years of real estate investors. And even these guys know. These guys aren't market participants. These guys are, they fucking flip houses. They buy and hold. They're scumbags. They're like the scummiest scumbags out there. But they're wealthy as fuck. And these guys all know that the housing crisis doesn't start until likely 2025 and more closely to mid-2026. They're just like, oh, we'll wait and see when investors begin to panic in the real estate market. So most people out there that have an inside track know that there ain't shit going on for the next year, or not year, we're in May now, right? The end of May. The next 6-7 months minimum. So I guess if you want to go out there and say the market's going to crash next year or something, I'd be like, bravo, fuck yeah, do it. But if you're going to go out there and say it every fucking day for 5 years or 3 years, I think you're out of your fucking mind. And even when they do run this up, when they run this up to 6,000 or 7,000 or even higher, before that happens, where do we come back to? Where's the crash to? If Jerome keeps the market above 3,500, his legacy is intact. So if we traded 6,000 and we lost 40% of the market, he's still a winner. And you still should have bought the S&P 500 on that last major bottom. Think about that last major bottom. So when we come to this next major bottom, what are you going to do? Not buy that one? I don't get it. I don't get we rarely revisit a new or a prior major low below it. When we do, it's due to major fraud in the marketplace. You know how often that happens? And even when it does happen, it recovers every single time. Every single time, without fail. Okay, so that's enough for the rant for a Friday, but I just want to be clear with you out there. When you're watching that and consuming that stuff, right, these are the same people, right, that did not follow SPY up from October. Think about this. The person out there, there's a person out there right now that is saying, I didn't feel confident buying the dip on the run from October into April, right? They did not like this run. They didn't feel like they could get in. They didn't feel confident they could get in and all that other stuff. They were just given an opportunity to buy that dip, right? They were just given an opportunity to buy that dip. I was on this stream with Winky and a bunch of other, not a bunch, like 4 or 5 of us, and we were buying it all down here. And it was ghost town in our chat. Ghost town. These same people are the same people that were ghost town here, also didn't buy this entire run. So it doesn't really matter where the market goes, does it? They're not going to buy the dip down here on the monthly. They're not going to buy the dip down here. The market's going to run to the upside, and all they're going to do is complain the entire way up to the top. That's what they're going to do. Nobody wants to hear that we're going up there. Nobody cares. They just care about doom and gloom and selling you your fear, and that's it, just your fear. So stay tuned. Get yourself the triggers and velocity, because even Jason is discussing it on CNBC this morning, and we're not there yet. He knows it. I know it. Most of you that have it know it too. You can go back in every example of the market crashing and see that velocity in monthly, quarterly, and weekly time frames were at max all together. This includes COVID. When you look at this shit with COVID, right, we had the same situation. We were literally going to crash regardless if we had a COVID or not. I get really worried about that shit because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I was just talking to a buddy about it. I'm like, dude, we were right there anyways. We were ready for a crash anyways, right at fucking COVID. So if you have the triggers and velocity, look back in time at those higher time frames, and you can see it clear as fucking day. Clear as day, you can predict a what? A stock market crash. You can literally predict it. Every single example going back to the beginning of the stock market. And you'll be able to predict it again in the next instance of it, and we're not there yet. We are not there. We probably have 6 to 9 months minimum. And that's only if we continue to crank to the upside. Only if we continue to crank to the upside. So anyways, just want to leave you with that, and I want to leave that with you today because we're in a low. I should probably get rid of some of this stuff here. Hold on. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here and put this back up for you. Hold on, Eric. Give me one quick second. I'm going to fucking park in this market. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. The point that I'm trying to make to you is this. If you are a market participant and you do better at selling, that's fine. I think that's great. You like to sell the market. You're like, hey, I do better, make my money, sell in the market. I'm fine with that. But pushing a narrative of fucking market doom and gloom is a disaster. And you're not doing a service to your fellow retail trader by pushing that narrative. And nobody out there that's selling you that shit is doing you any fucking favors at all. Zero. They're doing you no favors. They're not helping you. They're, if anything, they are a detriment to you as a retail trader. So when you consume that stuff, note that those fucking people out there that are telling you that shit are literally fucking you over. They're bending you over while you're fucking consuming their content for bad takes on the marketplace and where the fuck the market's going. This market's going up. This market's going to 6,000 whether you like it or not. The only thing that would send this market down from here would be something truly unknown. And I mean unknown. Like they don't know that a war is starting, that they don't know that somebody important's going to die, that something unfucking known that can't be not only predicted, but that they don't have an insider that already knows in advance that something's going to happen. So I want you to understand that this market's going to 6,000. This market is staged for 6,000. JPM is staged for it to go to 6,000. GS is staged for it to go to 6,000. Hedge funds are staged for it to go to 6,000. Every fucking bank is. They're not going to tell you that. They're not telling you, hey, we're going to 6,000. Market would be at 6,000 today if they told you that. If every bank out there told you, hey, it's going to 6,000, we're gonna not be adversarial with you like the Fed either anymore. We're just going to tell you it's going to 6,000. We'd fucking be there today. Today, literally, we'd go straight the fuck up. Woo. Especially if you knew that we were going to 6,000. They're not going to tell you that. They want to get there slowly over time, make their clients money slowly over the course of a year or so. And that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to fucking do. I'm telling you. They fucking know before we ever get there. I I don't know how many years I got to spend with you guys here. Years I'm spending with you guys here to tell you that they're fucking telling you stuff that has nothing to do with today, tomorrow, next month, or the month after. They never fucking do. Where are we trading right now? 59, 52, 9, 11, right? I'm not wrong. I know that I'm right in this. Do yourself a solid. Whenever you see those people out there pushing to retail that stuff, right? Tell them to go fuck themselves. You should be trusting people that are telling you the truth over time, not people that are promising you shit that never fucking happens. It doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't. This market goes up and to the right. You got to join in at some point. You got to. You don't have to. I guess you can keep selling, but at least don't push that bullshit narrative. And the last point I'm going to make to you, the comments on that YouTube video and the comments on that Reddit video, right, were very honest from people in that comment section that said, I don't trust what these people are saying. Now, this is the last part of this conversation. Gather around here if you're at home. Doom sellers know that a lot of you are fucking stupid. Listen to that closely. They know that you're fucking stupid, and they know that they can play on your emotions and your naivety and the feelings that you have inside your heart, inside your head. The things that you might experience on Main Street. McDonald's is too expensive. Childcare is too expensive. Gas is too expensive. Market should crash. The economy sucks. Turn on the TV and you watch some asshole out there tell you all the doom and gloom and be careful, man. And you soak it up and drink it. And they know this. These people fucking know this, that you will play into it. Don't be that fucking market participant. Don't be stupid. Be a smart market participant. You will get washed out of this market, period, if you continue on with that bullshit. And whenever you see those people pushing that shit, tell them to go fuck themselves. Let them come back when we are actually fucking crashing. And great, do it then. If we hit a bear market or something, or we start to crash, jump on board, make your fucking videos, tell us where it's going, how much doom and gloom is coming. Where are we trading right now? But don't allow them to do it, is my point. Be the smart trader. Don't be fucking stupid. Be smart. Get on the internet. And when you see someone make a comment like, I can't trust this one, or that guy's an asshole, Scott's an asshole for calling out fucking Jason. The host from CNBC was actually doing you a fucking favor as a retailer. That fucking host on CNBC, I was shocked, was doing you a favor on CNBC. He was calling Jason out in the bullshit on that interview. And that is a very rare moment to see when people get called out on all of this doom and gloom that you guys consume. And when you see people pushing that shit, peddling that shit on Twitter, you see them peddling it on fucking YouTube videos, and you're consuming it, go right in that fucking comment section and tell them you're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind and stop selling doom to people. That's all I can say about it. Because it bothers the fuck out of me. Or it doesn't bother me, but every once in a while, it does bother me. I'm like, you're literally doom, like it's called doom scrolling, right? Oh, yeah, baby, gotta get my doom on. Just be able to separate that doom scrolling from reality. Because there's a difference between doom scrolling and reality. There's a difference between saying, I believe in Martians or I believe in aliens, or I like the idea of the earth being flat and going to the moon is fake and all of that stuff. I think that's great. You want to consume it, that's fine. But the moment that you take it as reality, you're out of your fucking mind. There is a moon. The earth is not flat. There's no Sasquatch. But if you're going to consume it, that's fine. I think it's great. I'm fine. But you have to separate the two because we are dealing with real money here. And you are pushing a narrative that is fucking fake. Fucking fake. As being reality. Now, if you want my sentiment for today, you can get it from the market brief last night. Ask someone inside the chat what my take on where we trade today. We did a nice little back test here, like inside the brief. We're likely going to go up and trade higher today. Though, we have to talk about trading higher today and where it ultimately leads to. So we are at a very low volume trading day today. Why? We're in Opex. We're at the end of the month or for options expiry, right? So we've got you got traders out there. These are smart people that have wealth, and they buy the indexes. They buy S&P 500. They buy Vanguard. Really old men buy Dow Jones Industrial Average, and they put trades on the market, right? And part of these trades they put on the market by buying the market, hedging the market, selling options in the market, all culminate usually on a quarterly or monthly basis. And there's a concentration of this stuff. You'll see guys out there, women out there, whoever, they, them, whoever they are, and they'll track down the options chain, and they look and see where all the trades are, and they follow those trades. So there's an amplification effect on those trades. Matter of fact, Binky here, if you guys know Binky, he closely tracks all future trading farther out in time, like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, to see where people are what people think are actually where we're actually going and where the market will pin to over time. So today, the pin in the market is likely 5,300, no lower, 5,300. And if anything, we're likely going to go up and come back down into that 5,300 into the end of today. So my expectation here is that we trade higher. We're likely even going to trade even up here, way up here. Possibility we go all the way up here today. I know you don't believe that because Fridays are supposed to be a pop and fade, right? Friday's supposed to be pop and fade. We should open higher, so about 10 a.m., right? And then fade that shit down to the depths of hell on the end of a Friday in a bull run. Today, different. Today, we likely came into the open, back test, and we actually trade higher today. A little bit of a difference. Maybe we roll back down into the close today, but it's definitely not that pop and fade Friday that you're expecting. Why is that? I already told you. 5,300. Trading 52.921. At the moment, we have a very light trading day. We're likely going to fuck around all day long and do nothing. That's why I'm ranting to you early morning. I'm not expecting a bunch of any big moves today. And you shouldn't either. You shouldn't be expecting like a million fucking 5,300 C's or P's out there to just get torched and go to fucking zero and start cleaning out both sides of the options chain on the last or the day of Opex. So don't be expecting that today. It's not going to happen for you. I'm sorry. No, they're not doing that on specific days. Now, can they? Or when will they? When can we have a bloodbath? I hate saying this because this is like a famous, I'm not going to say who says it because you guys already know, but the window of weakness, there will likely be one. A window of weakness. That does not mean the market goes down. It can go way higher in window of weakness, but there is one coming up, and that is Vixiration. That also coincides with the NVDA event on the 25th too, right? All kind of culminating around the 25th of this month of May. We're on the 17th today. Next week we head into the 20s. And what we're going to do is I'm going to try to reach out to I'm going to call him over the weekend. I didn't want to bother him yesterday. But I'm going to reach out to Vol Wiz because I've been bringing up dropping you Vixiration. No one's picking up on it. And sure enough, Scott made a note last night that said the same thing. Nobody's paying attention to Vixiration. It's very dangerous for bulls. And extremely dangerous, especially for trade. If we stay up here, we don't come down too far, and they start murdering this VIX and continue to murder this VIX, it's prime candidate for a VIX explosion just before, or just after Vixpiration. Now, I'm not going to tell you anything further than that. I'm not going to read to you his note. I'm going to ask him to come on the show and explain the mechanics of the trade to you as we get closer to Vixpiration. So I'll try to have him on by Monday if I can, if he's available. Maybe today. You know what I'll do? I'll text him this morning. Give me like a 15-minute break, and I'm going to text him and ask him if he would come on and explain Vixpiration and where the VIX is right now, and why it's going to matter this month. It is going to matter this month, without a doubt. 100% it's going to matter. So I'm gonna see if I can get him on today. If I can't, I'm gonna try to get him on by Monday to explain the mechanics of the trade. I don't want to take his reign away from him. This is his thing, and I don't want to try to fuck it up or misexplain it. This is his jam. This is not mine. He is the king of Vixpiration trades, and this guy's a master of this stuff. So, Vixplosion, baby. Like, that one's a new one, isn't it? Vixplosion. Yeah, VolWiz's Substack is a must. I prefer his letter and email, but he is a must. You know what, too? I don't really care if he gets it wrong or right, but his market awareness, his historical awareness, his understanding of the mechanics of the options chain are world class. And he's a pro. He's a real pro in real life. So we'll try to get him on the show and talk to him today or over the weekend, Monday or Tuesday at the latest. I agree with you, NorCal Joe. The guy's letters are perfect. Okay, so we're now trading above the hourly trigger. They're now trading above the half-hour trigger. There is no new high here, though. That's a problem. See it right here? No new high. I want to see that new high to get bulled up. Whoop. Don't have it just yet. We'll see if we can catch that new high, though. 1 minute, 5 minute trigger crossing right now. We'll see if we can catch this right here. Bam, up here. Maybe a nice little back test on this 5 minute trigger as it crosses the half-hour trigger and begin to make our way higher. Yeah, close all that bullshit right there. Whoop. Get that going right there. 5:30. Yeah, baby, there's that 5:30. Get on up there and show them where you're going to close the day out today. There's 5:30. We have higher highs to look for as well. 53.20 possibly on the upside as they begin to park this market into the weekend. I'm going to read to you one more quick thing. A couple quick notes, and then I'm going to take a break and contact Scott and see if he can come on today if that's possible. I feel terrible even asking him because it's the weekend, but he's probably going on vacation somewhere. But we'll at least try to set it up for next week. Whew. Voice is already blowing up here. All right. U.S. indices are flat with futures in very contained ranges throughout the morning amid very quiet news flow and little scheduled on the calendar. Sectors are mixed, with utilities and consumer staples lagging while materials and energy sit atop the pile. Stock-specific highlights include Reddit. Yeah, they were up big this morning. Partnering with OpenAI and AMD, up 2%, added to the Wolf Alpha list. The dollar is slightly firmer to the detriment of its G20 pairs, while spot gold and silver firmer, with the former breaching U.S. 2,400 on the ounce, and the latter $30 on the ounce, a high since 2013. WTI and Brent has been choppy. I'll bet on no headline driver. But they currently reside flat and on the U.S. dollar, $79 a barrel and $83 a barrel handles, respectively. Treasuries are lower, and the curve is steepening. Woohoo! Ahead, Fed's Waller, a voter, is scheduled at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time. He already spoke. At this point, it's 10:45 in the morning. or maybe still speaking, but is to speak on payments, innovation, and technical standards, while Daly, a 2024 voter, is due at 12:15 today. So 12:15, we've got Daly, and you ready for this? We have Chairman Powell giving a commencement address on Sunday. So we do have Chair Powell speaking. I doubt that Chair Powell is going to come out over the weekend and speak doom to a bunch of kids that are graduating. I doubt that happens. The only thing I could say about that would be maybe if he was protested or something for corporate greed, or I don't know, capitalist system sucks, whatever that might be. Yeah, Vol Wiz. If you don't know him on the show yet, we have him on once a month or so. He's coming into the fold, we think. Last time I spoke to Vol Wiz, he wants to come on as a mentor to teach people. So we're hoping to roll him into a program as a mentor with what we do here. This is in the coming month or so. We'll roll him into our whole thing. So anyways, Vol Wiz, find him on Twitter. Guy's great, hella smart, knows what he's doing. Trust him all day long, every day. Fed's Waller does not comment on monetary policy. What else do I got here for you? Earnings, you had AMAT, Globe, DXC, TTWO for Take Two, Doximity, Stock specifics. AMD was added to Wolf Research, added it to its Wolf Alpha list, replacing NVDA given the relative move in shares year to date. Reddit partners with OpenAI. Tesla down -1%, reportedly developing plans to construct a data center within China as an option to train AI for self-driving systems, according to Reuters, citing sources. GME down 24%, files mixed securities shelf. Q1 prelim sales short and may sell up to 45 million shares of Class A stock. Cracker Barrel down 13%, slash dividend and guidance. Avangrid, AGR, halted, is reportedly nearing a deal to acquire the remainder of Avangrid that it does not already hold for $37.75 dollars per share via Reuters, citing sources. Note, AGR closed Thursday at $37.53 a share. Whew. We got a lot to get out there today. Next up, what else we got here? Two more things to go down for here. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 and DJIA futures are all trading more or less around their fair value, while mega cap growth stocks are 0.3% in the pre-market. China has announced real estate stimulus efforts and reported mixed reports for retail sales, industrial production, and fixed asset investment. Over in Europe, NATO is considering sending troops to train Ukrainian forces. I should have said that to you earlier this morning, that they are attempting to. Let me go up here and give you a couple things here. Right there. Sorry about that. Bring that up. NATO is considering sending troops to train Ukrainian forces. That would mean that you would see NATO forces in the background, but it looks like intervention. All you need is for a few NATO soldiers to get hurt, and before you know it, you're going to see an intervention in Ukraine. Yields are climbing this morning. You can see it right here. They are back testing 4.38 at some point. Daily trigger is still rolling down, though, on the yield. So we are bearish on the yield currently. What else we got here? GS Pasquario says, the more work I do on private sector balance sheets, the less I worry about that side of the equation. Last week, I showed the maturity wall for investment-grade corporates, which is not at all, or is not all that alarming. This week, I'd underline a striking data point for households. Around 40% of U.S. homeowners don't have a mortgage. Listen to that closely again. Around 40% of U.S. households do not have a mortgage, and those who do, over 90% have been termed out to 30 years. Termed out to 30 years. He's also saying, now here comes the dark side of the story. As pointed out by a client, consider the following. In the first 7 months of fiscal year 2024, spending on net interest has reached $514 billion, surpassing spending on both national defense and Medicare. National defense is at $498 billion, and Medicare is at $465 billion. Overall, spending has totaled $3.9 trillion thus far. Spending on interest is also more than all the money spent this year on veterans, education, and transportation combined. Further to this theme, last week I showed a chart that illustrates how large the deficit is given that America is not engaged in a large-scale war. I received a number of comments back that the U.S. is, in effect, engaged in various forms of proxy war. So I asked Alec Phillips for his expertise. This, I believe, is from Alex Phillips at this point, stating, whatever one thinks we should be doing at this point, defense spending looks likely to be up about 70 to 80 billion, 9 to 10% in nominal terms this year. That's a bit higher than expected, but not what one might would imagine given the headlines. Since 2020 to 21, it has been fairly similar as a share of GDP, around 3%. Put differently, even with wars, defense spending has not kept pace with spending on Social Security and Medicare, etc. There is an expectation, if you don't know this already, that Social Security will run out of money, I believe, in the next decade. ECB ain't cutting shit until the U.S. cuts. I want you to know that. ECB is not doing anything until the U.S. does it first, or gives them the nod that they're going to do it. If you see ECB cut and we haven't cut, I would expect a cut for us that same month. Oh, can you imagine if they announced a ceasefire today on a Friday? That would be hilarious. Unplanned announcement coming out from Israel IDF today. We also have a dock, a pair that was just hooked up. It's now fully functional, like the Death Star, for a coalition of troops from around the world and volunteers to bring aid into the Gaza Strip, as there is a major, as you already probably know, there's a major humanitarian crisis, and mass starvation is on the doorstep right now for civilians in Gaza. So maybe that would be related to these troops entering Gaza right now. So we'll look forward to that. Next thing we got here. What do we got here? Oh, over the weekend, I'm going to put that back up again. Over the weekend, you're going to get a 4-hour or 1 day, maybe a 4-hour and 1 day. This will be for supporter or higher. You're going to get expectations from me on a 4-hour or 1 day time frame, maybe both, for where we're headed next over the long term. So if you're looking for expectations into June or July, you're going to get those an update on that from me over the weekend. So look forward to that as we come into the weekend. Where do we expect us to trade? You know that we're trading 530. You know we're trading 550. We've been saying this since November, December. We trade 520, then 530, then 550. We'd have a major correction afterwards. After we hit 550, lock it up because they're going to run this fucker down on you. And that's likely going to be your big pullback heading into early election season. And then you'll get the doom and gloom crew will come out and make all their fucking videos as to why the stock market's going to crash. And they're going to turn that shit right back around on you and run it right up your ass into the election and after, into the end of the year and possibly even into March, if we get that extension. I think that's where the trap is. I think once they turn it around, they're going to sell into in January rather than March. But I don't know yet. We have to wait and see where we are in price. Price is going to be king, I think, at that point. Plus velocity will be king at that point as well. What just happened there? I don't know what just happened. I just lost something. What else I have for you guys? You know what else I was thinking here? So I was thinking about, maybe I started this earlier. I was having a discussion with Joe about going kind of like pro with the setup with the studio and getting a bunch of server racks and shit so that we never have any downtime. And early this morning, I went out and looked at my generator setup. And two weeks ago, I looked at my internet setup in case the internet goes down. And I was thinking to myself that maybe instead of doing that, I'm gonna locate a studio somewhere else in the country. Maybe at Joe's house, something like that, or Bork's house. Bork's got a. I don't know if I should tell Bork that because he's moving soon. But we'll probably have to talk about it later today at some point. I think the server racks might be the way to go. I'm running really high end, well, not super high, but kind of high end gaming rigs. It's just I'm at like it works and it doesn't work. They get too hot. I gotta blow fans on them. I gotta keep the air like super fucking cold, so they don't kill these things. St. Augustine, collocate. Florida. Yeah, I like Florida. You know where I wanted to move to Florida was Destin, Florida, to go sailing. I wanted to sail there. Yeah, water cooling. I've been told water cooling helps a lot. I've been recommended water cooling. I think it's more of a time. Like, will I get 10 years or will I get 3 or 5 years? Year and a half. Like right now, I'm burning through these computers every. I don't know. I start having problems every year and a half to 3 years where I start changing. The problem isn't so much the computer wearing out; it's that I Frankenstein it, and it just becomes a mess. I end up having like still no new high here for bulls. Yeah, still no high ticky for the bulls. 5-minute trigger coming down to test the half-hour trigger right now. Maybe we can get the support to get above this tick right here. What I end up doing is Frankensteining these fucking things, and they end up looking like fucking Frankenstein. So I just fixed the computer, and I'm like, yeah, like all these fucking parts in this thing are old. Not all of them, but it's like a mixed bag of of old and new. And I don't really want to buy new rigs. Like just keep spending like $3,000, $3,000, $3,000, $3,000. So I think servers might be the way to go. Can I look at gold today? Yeah, I can look at gold. You want to look at gold? They're torching VIX 9-day right now. Let's look at gold. Look at gold? Hell yeah, I can look at gold. GOLD. You want GLD? What do you want? You want gold futures? I don't know. It depends on what you guys want for gold. Gold futures, maybe? You want Mexican gold futures? Look at fucking gold. Yeah, baby. Let's look at gold. What do we got here? Gold. Not quite topping yet. Hold on, let's go back to gold really quick. Let me go to GLD. Do they still claim? Does GLD claim that there's still Oh yeah, that's beautiful. It looks like it's just getting started down here, doesn't it? There's a slight uptick in velocity on a daily basis. See it right there? Bam. Just getting started. I'm with that trade that it's just getting started. I believe that that's true. Gold is just getting started to the upside. They had a big consolidation period coming into resistance right now. You're going to expect that resistance to sell. I'd be shorting gold here currently. Let's take a look. Give me one quick second. We'll take a peek at gold. GLD, gold. Gold, baby. Everybody likes gold. Should have just bought Bitcoin. Why not just buy Bitcoin? I don't understand it. Everybody's a gold bull. Like, hold on here. Let me see. Let me take a look at something here. What am I going to take a look at? What am I taking a look at? Bam. So we can see. Oh, gold. Let me see. Oh, hold on here. Gold. See if we can go down here and look at it. Hold on here. Bottom right. I can do this on. If you want, I can do this on gold futures or GLD. I don't know if that matters to you or not. Let me see. Let's go. Let's move this up there. So here's gold. I'm bullish on gold in general. There's a 30-minute chart. Let's go to a 1-minute chart. Oh, not 1 minute. Let's go to a daily chart. Just take a peek there really quick. Oh, hold on a second here. I'm looking over here for prior peaks in gold. See them up here. Now, this is a 1-hour basis. There. Somewhere down there. Right about here, maybe at most. So here's gold. And that's the original go right there. Okay, so gold. I am bullish on. I guess I could draw that better. About there. There's my expectation for gold. Once you get over this, we'll start talking about higher highs and how high we go. But the expectation here would be you trade over 223 and you trade 230 next, 228 actually. Then begin to build some support here. You build some support right around there. 228, 230, come back down. And there would be your daily trigger right there. Come back down and start to reach for above 230. 250 would be the target on GLD. I believe that's like 2,500 or something on gold or something like that. So maybe like 240, 245 on GLD. Something like that if you want to see it. Bam, 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 right there. Building nice base and support. I don't expect you to get above this prior high currently right now, but I do think that you are building a nice base of support for a much larger move higher. So if you could either take profit now or stay in it, you could short this if you wanted, but the key point here would be that you're looking for dips to buy right down in this vicinity right there. 1, 2, and then another big pullback off 28 down, and then your third push higher. 1, 2, 3 right there. So yeah, that's gold for you. What else did you want me to do? What was the other thing you guys wanted me to do? There was a big. I think I've had more than one person ask me for Tesla this morning. Is that what you guys are asking me for? Tesla? You guys want to see Tesla? Doom and gloom on Tesla? Tesla. What am I doing Tesla? Tesla. 1 hour basis. Whoop. Should we just do like a bigger basis on this one? 4? I know you guys are paranoid. Is this Tesla? Yeah, that's Tesla. Come on now. Yeah, this will work. Let's do a 4-hour basis for you on Tesla. Let me make this smaller so you can see it. Sorry about your chat up there. I know a lot of you want to see Tesla. Love this monthly trigger right here. Whoop. See this monthly trigger is coming up, absorbing, right? Hopefully making its way higher over time. Like seeing that. All kinds of emotion in here in this monthly trigger. Let's take a look at the monthly trigger, take a peek at it. And we're going to look at it on a daily basis. And we're coming up. We got some series of higher lows on a monthly basis here. That's good to see. Just getting bullish on daily. This is good for Tesla. Not bad at all. Tesla loves to trade its daily velocity. Let's go to the 4-hour chart again. That's a good place right about there. Well, let me move this down here. Move this thing down here. Sorry, I'm going to hide this. I just want you to be able to see Tesla from way over here. Here. As a 4-hour base from Tesla, you can snip this if you want and keep your eyes on it. Somewhere in there. Fail that right there. 252, 240. Right in there. Hold on here. Can't see shit. I'm getting so fucking old here. Right there. Right about there. We come right back down in there, huh? High, come right back down. There's your daily trigger right there. There is that weekly trigger right there. Already did that one right there. Right there. That come up. That come up right there. Catch that back right there. Slow you down. Weekly trigger up. There you go. There's Tesla. There's your monthly trigger coming up. I'll show it to you before it even happens. Actually, no, we don't do that. I'll do it better. I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better here. I'll do you one better. I'll take the time. Right about there. You get the gist. It's going to be somewhere right down in there. Whatever that back test is right here, if that's successful right there, whatever that back test is, big. Be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 trigger cluster. That buy right there is going to be fucking epic. Epic. This one right here. 1, 2, and 3. That one right there is going to be fucking big. Where does that trade? Oh boy, I'm giving you guys way so much can go wrong in this. Talking about like 300. How about 320? This one's gonna be monster. All-time highs possibly. That bad boy right there is gonna be some sauce. If this holds, this 6 trigger cluster holds, if velocity is in the right place on this cluster, and we got to see where velocity is up here, but we don't want this to happen, right? We don't want this. See it right there? We don't want like this fall and then, you know, the like this to happening, right? The $100, $70, this failure. But something like this right here. I can't give you an answer on what that holds. I got to see where velocity is here. But that's base. I think that's a fairly good. Does that work for you? Oh boy. Somewhere in there. Does that work for you? Let me read your chat and see if that works or not. Let me bring this up so I can read it. That doesn't look like hopium to me. That looks like velocity. So I don't know what to say to you how it's hopium. This is what it looks like to me. So do I think that there's more danger to the downside? Yes. But I think it's later. This is going to matter here. Where velocity is going to matter. And that's where the last, you see where these sellers are? They're right here. I can show you where they are. It's fairly fucking simple. And they're right here. No, this isn't rocket science. That's where they are. So you guys don't see it? Sellers are right here. You see it? They're right there. They sold it down. They're also right here. So we'll draw that one in. You guys can see where they are, right? Fairly simple. There could be a claim that they're here now, that they're lower. So see this right here? There could be a claim that they've come lower now. They're actually over here. The only thing I would say to you would be that velocity is saying that it's going to say, fuck you, we're still not done. Daily velocity is a bitch. It looks like daily velocity is going to at least get us up here. Now, big question mark here, because if they get overrun over here, if they're able to break above this, it could be a massive squeeze. I don't see that right now. I don't see that massive squeeze. So if I were to give anything to sellers, it would be to be looking for a failure somewhere in here, farther out in time. But where are we talking about here? September, October, November, December. And we're talking about the markets already going up to new highs, right? So if they crank Tesla up in the end of year to an all-time high, I would not be shocked, is my point. So velocity, timing, all that kind of stuff, where we are in the year, the expectation that the market's going to have a major role coming into it. This is big question marks to where they want to short this piece of shit down to the depths of hell in 2026, 2025. Something like that. So there you go. That's the expectation. I will say one thing to you. You do not want to lose. You don't want to be losing any of this stuff. This is valid. I'll tell you this. This is valid. I should write this in so you don't. Valid above. That's valid above this low. That's all valid. All that's valid. That's it. That's all I got for you guys on that. Yeah, they're gonna grind you out today. They're gonna grind you out. No zero dates. Do not be trading zero dates. 1 minute chart. Look at them. This is disgusting here, isn't it? Look at it. Gross. No new highs back here, so you can't take it, right? Had no high here, no high here, sent you right back down in packing, down to the hourly trigger, grinding you out for the day today. That sucks, dude. If they do this, they could do this till 4 p.m. Just ping pong it. Just fucking ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, run it up into the bell to 5:30. Gross. All right, so there's Tesla. Do you guys need anything more in Tesla? You guys going to go out and show your friends all this? Do you guys want this again? Does that work for you for Tesla? I'm long Tesla, by the way. My family is long Tesla. I am looking for that 280 or even higher. 280 minimum could go to all-time highs. Just because of the end of the bull run, or my thesis on the bull run ending in January, March, December, or say December 31st till March 31st. I don't know where that high is currently. There could be that squeeze to all-time highs, believe it or not. But I would say one thing to you on this for Tesla. That would be, there's a reckoning coming in this market. There is a reckoning coming in 2025 and 2026. So if you're waiting for that major low in Tesla, you may not see it until 28, 27. Somewhere in there, it's possible you won't see that low that you're looking to buy until then. So think about that right now. Think about the idea that you may not see that major If Tesla ever trades at $68 or whatever, you may not see that until years from now. You figure if we run into 2025, if the market ever extended, you'd be fucked. If the market extends into 2026, I don't think that's going to happen. It's a very low probability. But if it did the improbable and we stretched this shit out into 2026 from a pure greed standpoint, you could be waiting until 2030, believe it or not. That sounds crazy, but I don't believe it. I think that we're gonna. I think there's going to be a mad rush to the door as we come into 2025 or 2025. You're going to start to begin to see divestment. It won't show in the market, I don't think, immediately, but I think you're going to see it. Divergence and velocity. You're going to see people wrapping it up all in their lives. I think they're going to wrap it up. But I don't know if you see it in the market until 2026. It's possible it could take a much longer period of time. We'll play it as it comes to us when we get there. When we get into December, January, we'll play it by ear and see where the market is at that point. But if you are looking for that Tesla trading $60 or $80, you could be waiting. You could be waiting some time. So if you hear guys out there like Gary Black and whatever, or I don't know, the biggest Tesla holder asking for $60, $70, not timing well. I don't see. I saw the ability to do it last month. There was an ability to get down there. There is a good chance that we could get down there, but time is not on their side. Time's not on their side. They're losing too much time. You had an opportunity to do it back here. There was a major opportunity to get down and catch a low. So much time is beginning to pass. I don't know that I see it. We're already in the end of May. You could catch another low or something, but I don't see it on that time. As time passes, the probability of it happening goes down more and more. As we get into June and July and stuff like that, you got to remember, too, you're talking about an expectation of a long-term debt cycle ending. And what are you going to have Tesla priced at by the end of that crash? Talking fucking, what are you talking about? Tesla trading $10? Because you've got some kind of fucking fever dream that Tesla's a fraud? That's a pretty thin piece of fucking paper. I'm a believer in accumulation and distribution. So if these market makers own Tesla, they probably were like, yeah, we get a chance. We get a window where we can send it to the depths of hell and run it back up. I think that window is closing. That window to me is closing, at least. In my view, it's closing. So we also have a new higher low right here. We got a whole bunch of reasons why it should continue to go up. So I think the window is closing for that low is my point. So you're losing the window on Tesla. I just bought some Tesla. My thought on Tesla is that it's going to trade that $60. There was a window for it. There was, and I was on that window. I was like, well, we can easily trade that right now. There's plenty of time. Especially like early spring, like March, April, somewhere in there. It hadn't participated at all in the market going up. There was definitely a window where it was possible, it was viable, but that window is leaving. So if they can't get it down there right now, I doubt they get it down there. I'm not on Tesla fraud shit. I'm just not. I'm definitely on the Tesla existential crisis thing. With the flooding of our market with cheap Chinese EVs, we've ad nauseum throw up talked about that to such an extent. We know that they have 100% markup on Chinese EVs right now, 100% as of this week, to try to stop that destruction of our EV industry. I think they're going to be fine. And then the other things that they do, Tesla does and other things that Elon Musk does, whether you like him or not, or think he's a fucking fraud, they're doing shit that nobody else is doing. I know the Neuralink's kind of not as cutting edge as some other companies, and the rejection of the implant is to be expected. But then Starlink is killing it. Starlink is killing it, and then also Starship is fucking killing it. Like SpaceX is killing it. No, not yet. I think you need to have something existential, like Elon no longer CEO for any reason. When I see the stuff on Reddit, like when I see a Tesla gang like talking, it's like nails on a chalkboard. And then when I see Tesla Q talking, it's nails on a chalkboard. It has nothing to do with the price of Tesla. Neither have anything to do with the price of Tesla, nor the stonk, and likely not the company. Likely not the company. I think so. There's a threat from there's more than just Chinese cars too. American car companies threaten Tesla too. Currently not as much as they were. But if you were to like the Toyota Prius, right? I guess if that was all electric, could be made by a U.S. car company. There's like a I don't remember exactly when this conversation happened. Don't quote me on when this conversation took place, but I know there was one. Or maybe I'm just fucking making shit up from some fucking remembrance that I have that's fake. But I recall a big conversation by Elon Musk that I agreed with at the time and still agree with today. And his argument was we have to be able to create or top down manufacturing of cars and get the price of those cars cheap and get them in the hands of enough people before someone else does it. We welcome that competition to come along with us, and we want to goad them into doing this with us. We want to take them as much. It's like this. It's like a mechanic. It's like a bunch of wheels turning, right? And they all have to. All these wheels have to work together. And within those wheels comes, well, if we sell enough cars, if we like Tesla sells enough EVs, you know that other companies are going to join in that sale or that manufacturing sale of EVs. It's like anything, right? Start selling a lot of cell phones. Well, there'll be a lot of competition trying to sell cell phones. Fairly simple concept, right? But at that same time, they have to compete against, or there'll be a flip in competition with those companies. And he's discussed how that's a real threat to Tesla and their long-term viability. I think that's the true threat to Tesla is get those cars fucking made cheap. Get them out the fucking door to people, right? Get them out the fucking door and flood the market is kind of the way for them to succeed. And he's spoken extensively about Ford. If you ever look up the history of Ford, the founder of Ford's not really a well-liked guy, right? He's kind of a fucking monster. And manufacturing conditions weren't good. They never are. Manufacturing conditions are never good for workers. A lot of the complaints you hear from Tesla engineers, Tesla workers, Tesla, all this Tesla shit is historically been done before or happened before. So I think for Tesla, their biggest threat, largest threat is escape velocity from competition. They have to have that escape velocity. They got to make them cheap and everywhere. Everyone needs to have a Tesla. That's probably where they're going. The like F-150 of cars. They're not that car company right now, are they? They aren't that car company right now. So they're in that existential crisis part. And they got China breathing down their asses. You might not buy a Chinese car, but people will. And they'll buy them from Japan and they'll buy them from the U.S. So it's not just China. It's not just China. It's U.S. car makers. It's all foreign car makers. but specifically the danger of China is the intent to destroy an industry. Listen to that closely. There's an intent, very closely here, an intent to destroy industry in the Western world. You have to believe that. We have examples of it. I would point directly to the steel industry. It's not a matter of free trade. It's a matter of industrial. It's not espionage. Industrial warfare, basically, right? It's industrial warfare, and it plays out over decades, and it is very detrimental to the free world. It sounds so stupid saying all that, but it's true. It really, truly is true. If you don't like that, I don't know what to say to you. I don't personally want to live under a Chinese flag, and never will. Would never. I would move. I don't want to say that, but I'd move there because that's some stupid shit, right? You hear people say that. Why don't you move there then? It's like some boomer shit to say. You really like it so much, we should move on over there. Because I'm sure there's some great stuff about China. I can't say it. I'm not saying I don't like Chinese people or anything like that. But I certainly wouldn't want to work at a sweatshop in China, would I? Certainly wouldn't want to live out in the country either. And I certainly wouldn't want to live in an apartment that's like 100 square feet either. So there's a bunch of stuff I wouldn't want to do. I'll take my chances here. So leave it at that. Well, I have to separate. That's a good question. Even though he's unethical, I got to separate something. I got to say. I should address that. Let's address that part of Elon. Number one, I am not a fan of Elon Musk. I don't like Elon Musk. I don't care for him in any way, shape, or form. Do I think he's fraudulent? Yeah. Do I think he's a huckster? Yes. Do I hear Tesla Q say he's not that smart? Yes. Does that matter? No. Being a CEO is not part of that. And CEOs for startups, they're similar oftentimes to an Elon Musk and how he behaves and things like that. You also need, in my viewpoint, someone that's outside of the box, outside of the system, as that fraudulent person. That reminds me of oftentimes of who's the guy from Boeing who went crazy and like locked himself in a hotel room in Las Vegas. I forget his name. Howard Hughes, right? Very similar to Howard Hughes. So you get like the big three, or the big four, the big five, whoever. Then you get a crazy ass like Howard Hughes that breaks the envelope every chance that he has, and it brings the other elephants in the room along for the walk. If you don't have a Howard Hughes, you're not going to have innovation. Now, do I like Elon? No. If I could, I own a Tesla. I should put a bumper sticker on the back that says Elon Musk sucks. But I love my Tesla. Can I square those things away? Maybe would be the next question. Can I square away the fact that Elon sucks? To me, yes. I am a fucking stock market participant. I have to wear a Main Street hat and I have to wear a stock market hat. And I have to separate the two or not participate. I can not participate, I guess, could be the only thing I could say to that. Maybe just not trade it at all. But the truth would be that I have to separate those two things. So in my real life, take the stock market hat off. If my kids ever ask me, my wife ever asks me, anybody else out there, fuck Elon Musk, truthfully. But if I put on my stock market hat, I know that Tesla's going to 300. I'm going to trade that fucker up to $300. I am all day long. They're all criminals, right? They're all terrible people. There's no C-suite out there that they're nice people. I used to hang out with these people. I used to fucking live in Vail. I used to ski, drink, party, hang out with these people in all these places, and they are not who you think that they are. They're all monsters. I think you could look at most companies out there, and a crime was likely committed. Not all of them, but a crime was likely committed at some point, especially as big Fortune 500 companies. It's part of what it is. So you kind of have to get over it. And if you think your company is ethical, I doubt it. I really do. My experience in C-suites is disgusting. And the nicer they say they are, the fucking crazier they are. They're like professional CEOs, man. They have bizarre lives. super bizarre lives. They go from company to company. They have no roots anywhere. It's a bizarre, weird shit. Anyways, I'll leave that there. Do I feel the same about Bill Gates? Yeah. Fuck Bill. Like, they're all monsters. Every last one of them. Every single. I don't feel this. I've worked in corporate America. I've been in C-suites. Part of my profession, right? My job was to come into a corporate environment and fire you. That was my job. I would literally, you would hire my company. I would show up at your doorstep, pretend I'm your friend, and I would fucking fire you. That was my job. It was a horrible job to have, but you have conversations behind closed doors with these large corporations and these C-suites, and you find out that they're fucking monsters. That's what they are. They're fucking monsters. That's what it is. You don't believe that billionaires should exist? I am a firm proponent of our tax system, roughly in the 1950s and early 1960s. We should go back to that format in our tax system. So I'm somewhat in agreement with that stuff with you too. I'm a Democrat. I don't know if you know that. I am a Democrat. So I'm not a Republican. I'm a veteran, but I'm not a Republican. I believe that our tax system is fucked up. It became fucked up in like 1965-ish, and then got really twisted into the Reagan years. But, well, I shouldn't say that. Some people, a lot of Republicans out there are like, he's not a real Democrat. He's a fucking liar. Because you'll hear me say things like, I'm kind of a nationalist in some ways, but not like a nationalist like a fucking Nazi. Not like that kind of a nationalist. I think we can do better as a country, is my point, as a nationalist. I think that we lose sight of what made our country great. We oftentimes do. We make big mistakes. And we do really bad shit as a country, but we are really great in a lot of other ways as a country. And we should always strive to become better as a country. So that's what I mean by being a nationalist. Like, it's okay to be like, I'm going to make a change, right? I'm going to do better for our country. I'm going to live better, right? So. Yeah, it's that old school, it's like an old school Fifth Estate kind of a thing. Yeah, I know. I'm not a MAGA lib. No, not at all. I'm way more liberal than you'd think. Way more liberal than you'd think, especially on social stuff, taxes, that kind of stuff. Justice reform, prison reform, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's weird talking points. I find myself oftentimes, there's so much division today that there can be no discussion, right? That's part of the intent of everything today. So I always feel like the awkward penguin. Ever I'm at, I'm always awkward penguin. I'm like, okay, it's hard. No edibles today. It's all our politics today suck. You know what I was reading the other day? I should have brought this. I wanted to bring this up earlier in the week. A guy was on Reddit, and you know what he said? He made a very valid point. He said, you know what? He goes, I turned off the news, politics news during the last election, and never went back. And he's like, I'm not going to do it this election cycle either. And I'm right there. I'm like right fucking there. Like, so the last election, what I did was I started muting people. And then after the election was over, I came back and unmuted people. And I'm thinking about doing it right now. I'm like right on like about 3-4 weeks ago, I was on the cusp again, and he said his life was better, and I agree with that. I like just turning off politics and being who you are as a person, as a human. If you're a good human being, you're a good human being in life. Generally speaking, you're not going to do bad things that you don't know that you're doing. But if you're trying to be a good person in your life, you don't need to watch politics. You need to vote and stuff, of course. You need to be a good person. But truly, like, If you go pick up trash, and they make these stupid things, but it's true. Like, if you make friends with your neighbors, if you take part in your community, if you volunteer, if you care about the trash on the street yourself, not arguing about it, right? There's a lot of our today stuff is like all kinds of talking, but no doing. Sometimes on Twitter, I'll show you guys what I do in the weekends. I'll like post pictures where I'm at, what I'm doing. Um, if you become like a part of your community, and you are the person doing that actual stuff, the good stuff, you don't need to watch politics. You don't need to have somebody feed you a fucking spoonful of shit. And that really does make a difference in your community. It makes a difference in your neighborhood. It makes a difference to your neighbor. It makes a difference to your wives, your husbands, your kids, your friends. If you're that person, just screaming into the internet, like, and then something that pisses you off or makes you divisive or gets your emotions going, it's garbage. It means nothing. Reddit's famous for that too. I don't like Reddit a lot. It's like Reddit I've switched to where I just go to subreddits that I like. I don't I shouldn't say I don't. I try not to scroll the front page or the major subreddits too frequently because it's garbage. It's all intended to get you angry. Doesn't matter if you're a conservative or liberal. Doesn't matter if you're a fucking Martian. It's all there to make you angry. It's not really based in reality. You're talking about like I watched what the fuck did I say? Oh, there was 2 skiers or climbers that were caught in an avalanche last week in Utah, and there was a news article about it in Reddit. And the same parroters came out, and they were talking about how, you're gonna die out there. You're gonna die if you go skiing in the backcountry. No, it was mountain climbers. That's what it was. It was a woman. I forgot. So it was a mountain climber, a woman who died, and it wasn't the skiers in Utah. It was a mountain climber that died, I believe, in Alaska with her partner. Her partner lived, but he got banged up. And in this post, in the comments section, it was the normal garbage like parroting. That stuff's too dangerous, and you shouldn't do this, and you shouldn't do that, and you could die mountain climbing, and blah blah blah. It's like it's like the people that say don't go swimming because you're gonna die due to I don't know, ripped current, or like I always see it. I always see it in the swimmer or people that die in the ocean or in the water. Like, that the most deaths in the U.S. is from drowning. Then you look and see who actually is doing the drowning. It's usually like a kid that's under a year old or something, kid under 5 years old, 6 years old, or it's people from a society that don't have or a culture that don't have a lot of swimming, so they never learned how to swim. But if you know how to swim, you're not gonna fucking die. Chance of you dying swimming if you grew up swimming, chance of you dying in the water is fucking slim. And the scale of death versus people is super low. I think for like a trained swimmer, it's like 1 out of 100,000. Pretty low chances. If you were in a stadium full of 100,000 people, chance of dying swimming are very low. And even then, if you were to die and you were a trained swimmer, it's probably a freak accident, freak of nature. You're old, something abnormal. That risk is following you around your entire life. That shit's following you around driving a car, following you around when you're in a fucking stepping in a bathtub. You can die slipping in a bathtub same way. So my only point behind that is that the main page of Reddit prize on your fear of living life. It's like an armchair general. They're like sitting in their fucking hole, and they're like, you don't do anything. So get out there and do stuff. Is my point. Stay away from those main Reddit pages, and get out there and do something. Be a productive member of your community. Just grinding the option chain down today. Just going to grind that chain down, right? Park price. We literally have not moved in price from this morning. Look at that green bar. Parked it, have not moved. This was time was this? Thursday at 6 p.m. Thursday, 6 p.m. I'm gonna actually leave the stream on and get out of here today. I'm in a bunch of trades. I got fucking trades open everywhere. I got stupid trades. I got more trades than fucking crazy. What else? Chances go up there's water there. Yeah, well, like when I read those comments, I'm like, what the fuck do these people do in their life? Do they just eat fucking bonbons and or chicken nuggets and drink Mountain Dew all day long? Is that what they're doing? And then like scream at the internet? Those goddamn people out there, goddamn, like, are you running for office? No. Are you canvassing neighborhoods? No. Are you fucking are you out there driving somebody to get what they want their need done? No. Are you starting your own company so you can treat your workers well? No, goddamn it. I'm like, oh fuck. Just whining and bitching all day long on the internet. And then you tell people not to go swimming, not to go hiking, not to go. There are some of this stuff's inherently dangerous. There are some things that are inherently dangerous, but these people are doing what they want to do in their life. They're living dangerously. They don't care if they die young. Some people just don't care, right? They're like, I'm going to take that risk and enjoy myself. Yeah, there you go. Squeeze it again. This is terrible. Oh, we got wait a minute. Oh, look at that down there. A little bar down there. A little stink bid down there. We'll leave that one up. You got to go out and live life. Like we're becoming like a society of not doing actual stuff. Like stuff. Get out there and meet your neighbors. Get out there and make some friends. Dude, I got to tell you a story. So, this is true. So, I went onto Facebook. I've been on Facebook past few weeks looking at cars for my daughter. And I'm not on Facebook. And I got on Facebook to look at cars. I had a friend from my childhood that I was like still friends with. He's like a fucking he's like one of these fucking militia dudes. This fucking guy, I don't even think he barely graduated high school. I remember him taking like general education classes and stuff. Never was in the military, and now he's like a fucking freedom patriot. Like, I would like to see people that knew you as a teenager call you out for that kind of stuff, like, and crazy motherfuckers. Sorry, I'll be quiet about that stuff. Yeah, I've seen wild animals. I've seen crazy ass shit in the woods. That's what it is. Part of life. Part of life. A couple kids. What's a couple kids? I saw did see this on Reddit. Another thing I saw on Reddit. They had a picture of $1 million, $1 billion, and $1 trillion. And they were like, do you know the difference between $1 million, $1 billion, and $1 trillion? And most people can't grasp how many people are out there. How many people never die from big cats out in the woods in Colorado? Yeah, it was in cash. They had it stacked up in a picture of cash. And it's hard to grasp size. For humans, it's hard for you to grasp, like, you'd be like, you take like a pile full of nails and you paint one nail for yourself. Pick a color. I like purple. So you paint one nail in purple. You throw it in a pile with another million nails and you just start shoveling them. And you go, okay, you're going to die. You have a chance of dying swimming. Put a blindfold on and pull out that purple nail. The chance of you pulling it out is obscenely small. It's like obscenely small. We're dying of a shark attack. Lightning strike. And then you find the people that do die of that stuff are doing stupid shit half the time, right? You're like, Okay. So why did they die? He was playing golf. He died of a lightning strike. I know fucking guys that play golf in lightning right now. Thunderstorms come through. I get off the golf course and fucking 3/4 of that golf course is still on there. They got judges going down, fucking trying to yank people off. They're like, I'm just gonna sit underneath this tree. So I don't know. Okay. Give me 15 minutes. We'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, seriously, you're just like, half the time these people are dying. It's like, well, they got swept out to sea from a riptide. And you're like, oh, where were they? They were out during the riptide in Foley Beach in South Carolina. And you're like, oh, okay, now I get it. Why they're dead now. They were on the rip. They were on the worst beach in Oregon, and they died. You mean the one that's with signs that say riptides on it? Yeah, that beach right there. Even God can't hit a 1-iron. I like my low irons. I actually like them. I can normally hit a 1-iron. I don't know one. I mean, like a 3, probably like 3-iron as far as a 3 would. I like my irons. I can fucking rip an iron. I suck at, you know what I suck at? Hybrids. I can't fucking swing a hybrid to save my life. But an iron, fucking crank it. And I suck at a 3-wood too. I need almost fucking guys that needs like a fucking face on a wood that's like this fucking big. But an iron, no problem. Fucking face that big, done. You goddamn right. We ain't going nowhere. You guys are trapped. You guys are trapped today. There you go. Fuck you. Oh, it's so gross. Look at it. It's so gross. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that with the grip on the hybrid. I've heard that with the grip down. I've heard that with the to turn down on the stroke. Right? Is talking about turning like pulling the stroke down on the swing or no? I can't stand the fucking hybrid, man. It doesn't have the. You know what? Maybe it is. You know what it maybe is. I don't know if it's the slap. It's like there's something about the contact on the ball that I don't like. I feel like I get more push, more bang on the iron, and the face is so forgiving. Maybe on the driver, I'm not sure. Is it less room for variables? I gotcha. I'll try it. I was thinking about playing around this weekend. Like a dead hit. That's what it feels like to me too. Like a dead hit. That's a better way to describe it. For me at least. And I'm probably doing it wrong. You know, I haven't played any golf this year. I might have driven balls once, but I don't remember doing it. I haven't played any golf this year. I haven't played any tennis yet. Both. I'm kind of pissy at myself for not playing tennis, not playing golf yet this year. Done a lot of bike riding. I've done some hiking, but I haven't done any golf and I haven't done any tennis. What do you got? Tell me in the chat. What are your favorite summertime? If you had like a top 2 or 3, 1, 2, or 3 summer activities, especially if it's something that you don't, that's not the norm. Tell me in the chat. Like I like to go mushroom hunting. I like to go do this or that. You like tennis? Skating, nice. I like skating. Still, I got friends still skating in their 50s still today. I was a skater. I skated for years. I skated a Steve Alba, a Salba. I love camping. Oh yeah, baby, floating in the lake. Love it. Surfing and gaming, dig it. I fucking love surfing. I fucking love surf. My favorite part about surfing in the summer, or like early spring, late summer. Nice jujitsu, competing jujitsu. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Fishing, golf, mountain biking, right on. Hiking, biking, and skiing, right? Like surfing, the best part about surfing to me is second set of brakes, unzip the wetsuit, pack a bowl. I don't have a bowl, but my friends normally do. But just sitting out there past that second set of brakes, right around sunset, an hour or two before sunset, whales swimming behind you, wade out past the baby sharks. Parkour, nice. Camping and baking. So you're a baker. What's your favorite thing to bake? What kind of baking do you like to do? Traveling the world? Hell yeah, I like that a lot. Fuck yeah. Oh, dude, like surfing, like no lift ticket, no lines. Like warm breeze blowing in, ocean slightly calm, slow rollers popping over 6-7 o'clock at night, taco stands closing. Fuck. Smoking hot bazong in the tent. Oh, baking. I get what you're saying. Love making. I love making. Ski, dude. I don't snowboard. I ain't no fucking knuckle dragger. Get the fuck on out of here, snowboarding. Leave that to my wife. Snowboarding. You out of your fucking mind? Fucking knuckle draggers. Oh yeah, FFIE. Are they cranking today? Did they end up cranking today? We talked about them last night too. Let's put them on board. It's FFIE, right? Yeah, Faraday Future Intelligent. Dude, they're still cranking right now. Fuck yeah. Trading 369. We'll leave them up. Hold on here. Hold on a second. We'll leave these guys up. Bam. Hold on here. How does that $6.60 sound for you? Failure at $5.67. High target. Weekly triggers at 660. This is a 2 sigma move. If you get to this red box, you're currently rejecting R3. I would personally sell the fuck out of this right now. Sell the fuck out of FIFE for now, whatever it's called, FFIE. I would sell it. It's on R3, but the target is about $6, 567 as of today. I would short it right now. There you go, FFIE. They are trading above their half an hour trigger. I'll draw in some squigglies for you. $9 a.m. 1-2. Right there. Back test of their 5-minute trigger, somewhere right there. Nope. Yeah, like that. FFIE. I don't think that you get to the $6. I think they do sell you down up here. Maybe just under 550. Price target 550. FFIE. Spoo's squeezing now. FFIE. Do I want to look at it? I don't. I want nothing to do with it. I'm not trading it either. I talked about it in the brief last night, didn't I? Not fucking with it. But I know you guys want it bad. I know you guys really want it bad. When it was at 22 cents, no, did not want to mess with it. Don't want to mess with it right now. But its market cap is likely higher. I think its market cap's now over $4. I'll look at it over. I think, what's the market cap right now? Let's check. FFIE market cap. Perfect. Look at that. 158 million. Broke through 150 million. We're good to go. Anything over 150 million, I'm fine with it. So you're good. I have a training program. Learn about the triggers. I've got the training program sitting right on the website. You can watch all the videos. Made 20, 30 videos for you. They're available for consumption whenever you like. What's else? Buy breaking above 129. This shit's just ping ponging. This is disgusting. Gross. Nasty. All right, and take a quick break. I'll be back with you guys in about 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes, something like that. I expect more of the same. Look at this bullshit. This is gnarly, dude. Just put a spread on, man. Put on like a daily condor or something. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'm gonna take a piss break, empty the piss bottle, empty my diaper for the poop, and get something to drink. And I'll be back with you guys. It's 12 o'clock. I'll be back with you guys probably half an hour, 12:30. We'll do an end of the day kind of a thing. Between like 3 and 4, I'll give you an expectation for what to expect next week, so that you can make plans for the following week. So right around 3 o'clock, I'm not gonna have a cocktail with you today. Maybe a beer. I'm not sure. I'm not feeling well. I'm feeling like the whole week. I felt like the allergies are getting to me. So I'm not really in the mood for. Maybe I'm just wound up on coffee. I don't know. I've had like the whole week. I've had like allergies, and then like wound up on coffee. I think that's the two things. We'll see. We'll see as the afternoon progresses. 12:07 in the afternoon. I'll put on the news squawker for you. It's a low news day, so don't expect too much out of them. Blabbing too much to you. Fed Chair Powell tests positive for COVID on Thursday. Powell is working from home. Maybe he won't be at that speech on that thing on Sunday. Boeing CEO or chair says it sought feedback from customers and stakeholders on a CEO search. U.S. Treasury official says Yellen will discuss at G7 proposals to bring forward future proceeds from frozen. I got to write that down too. G7. Forward future proceeds from frozen Russian assets to give more money to Ukraine more quickly. I think there's like 50 billion or 5 billion tied up right now. What else is there? White House's Kirby to Sky News Arabia says we have not seen any indication that the Israelis are ready to carry out military ground operations in Rafah, and we oppose and reject this matter. We'll see if we get any release from the IDF today on maybe a cessation of hostilities, or possibly they're going to start the operation in Rafah possibly as well. So be aware of that as the day progresses. I'll see you guys here in a bit. Look for that high tick right here. If you get a high tick right above that yellow box, we'll be off and running to the next level at 5:30.
And just of note for the EMFX watchers, particularly South African RAM watchers, Eskom does note load shedding remains suspended due to steady improvement in reliability of generation fleet, leading to sustained generation performance. And just of note for Apple to AAPL, according to the information, it does plan a thinner iPhone in 2025. And according to this piece, it could be priced higher than the iPhone Pro Max, Apple's most expensive model, starting at 1.2K.
entirely coerced. Eyes profound and enticing draw me in. Erotic heat completely consumes me. Forbidding desire, the strongest sin. I need to give in to my body's plea. The flames in your touch sends chills down my spine, driving me into burning temptation, the need for a love. The sweet seduction is haunting my dreams, yearning to act on these debauching schemes. Devours. Coerced. Devours. The strongest sin. Coerced.
Just checking back in here really quick. So today is a slow news. Can you guys hear music or no? Yeah, someone's making a comment on the music. I'll just turn the music off. So market is not moving. I will be back at 3 p.m. if there's any movement in the market. Not seeing any movement right now. We'll leave that over there for you. Down there. I'll be back at 3 p.m. I don't think there's going to be much going on, so there's a possibility we could come down here. Where's that bottom? Possibility we could trade this down here, but in all reality, if I take a trade today on SPOOs, it's likely going to be in the last half an hour. I'm looking to pick up some zero dates for the close, but I don't think that trade happens until we get above this kind of. I just want a tick, just some kind of like fucking tick up here. Then grab a trade to go to the close. But outside of that, until something happens or the market moves, no trade for me. And I'll be back at 3 p.m. or 3:30ish, somewhere in there, depending upon if we're going to get some movement in the market. Otherwise, just hang out. There's not much going on today. Market pin at 5,300. If you look down here below on the bottom-hand side, you can just see us hovering around this 5,300, excuse me. Buyers still stepping in. On a 1-minute basis, they're trying to sell it down, but hourly triggers coming up. Just not much happening today. You could sell, I guess, you could be selling calls, sell puts or something, or enter a condor or something like that. Nice wide butterfly for the end of the day. We'll come back at 3, and I'll talk to you about what to expect next week. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, right around like 3. I figured if I get back at 3, we'll go over what to expect next week. And then sometime around 3:30, 3:45, you should see the market make a move to price, right? To 5,300, something like that. For end of the day and for all that. Like yesterday, I made some decent money on a trade into the close on that same thesis. So see if we can get something going here closer to 3:30. Here, I'll put some, even CNBC's got like, to turn this up.
Credit activity, it hasn't been enough to really slow things down dramatically.
I'll put some CNBC for you on in the background here.
Broadly speaking, what's the message there? Are things largely kind of doing just fine?
No, there's a kind of a calm before the storm. It's like an overcast day, but the storm hasn't hit yet. The reality is that the most 80+% of commercial real estate loans are held by local and regional banks. They have not executed foreclosure action for the most part. That's beginning to tick up now. We're going to see more of those. And in addition to that, because of the risk to the capital bases of these banks, they're not making the small business loans. They're not making more real estate loans. And so what's happening now is you're going to see some job decline, which, and so I think, and then you're going to see significant losses in that.
Also, listen to this guy talking right now. He's telling you that there's no loans being made. I'm going to show you, when I get back, I'm going to show you guys that's false.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don People.
False. This guy's telling you bullshit. I'm going to show you the actual facts on this later.
12% after revising guidance.
So wild. Like CNBC is wild. Credit. Is credit tightening?
Plus, OpenAI, Databricks, and
matter of fact, I'll give you a link here. You can read this on your own.
their hands on. We'll speak with the
This guy's telling you about credit tightening.
to some of those hot private companies when the exchange.
One quick second here. This guy's out of his fucking mind. Hold on. This is the most recent article. There's never any no one gives you, or no one likes to give context on this stuff. That's one of the biggest problems is no context. Here's an article for you to read there. You have to understand context with this stuff. No one wants to talk about context. Like, one of the most brutal parts of data is you get a one-off answer, and when you look at it contextually from us coming out of COVID, we're just starting to break out right now. I'll be right back with you. All right. Here, let me explain to you somewhat better. This was like this credit thing is very similar to the employment thing. Most of our data right now that's coming out, you have like these nasty COVID moves down. Something's going on with this this update. Like, we have nasty moves down over time. Let's call this like a decade or two, even longer. And we're like just breaking out right now. And we might get a bad report as we are about to break out, and so they'll point to like one small reading, like right here, but not the full context. This is just an example. They're not telling you the entire context of what's going on. So I just posted to you an article for you to read about consumer spending. More importantly, though, in that article that I just posted to you is delinquencies in credit cards. But that article gives you more context within the delinquencies in credit cards. So take the time to take the time to read that article, because that last article from Wolf Street shows you that in all truthfulness, there is no delinquency like you. There's no delinquency there's delinquency, but not in the scope of what your perception of delinquency is. Your perception of what that delinquency is, the scope of it is under a microscope and not on a macro basis. Not you, but people that are out there doom talking about that stuff. They're only giving you this small snapshot, not context.
Points shy, literally unch for the S&P, and the Nasdaq Composite fractionally lower, 442 on the 10-year. That's probably the big news of this week, of course, after the CPI report. Lower yields, higher stock prices. A couple of movers to mention. Firstly, Take-Two Interactive gaining about 1% after reporting stronger than expected bookings in the fourth quarter. Their Q1 expectations were below the midpoint, though. The full-year numbers were also well below, and the company saying it doesn't expect the new Grand Theft Auto game to launch until the fall of 2025. Shares still up about 0.75%. Next, AMD, Advanced Micro, shares are up 2% as Reuters reports that Microsoft is planning to offer their AI chips to cloud customers as an alternative to NVIDIA's. They've since paired those gains, hanging on to a 1% increase. And on the flip side, Cracker Barrel falling 13% after they revised third and fourth quarter guidance lower on weak traffic. That was our mystery chart. They also cut the dividend to 25 cents a share from $1.30, dropping the annualized yield to just 1.75% from 9%. That's a problem with those high dividend yields. Are they sustainable? They say the cut was made to support their strategic plan. The shares are down 12% today. It used to be such a good place. Now to Tyler Matheson for a CNBC News Update. Tyler?
Love the rocking chairs at Cracker Barrel. Meantime, Israeli officials announced their forces recovered the bodies of 3 festival goers taken during the October 7th music festival attack. According to Israeli Defense Forces, their bodies were found together in a tunnel during a military operation in Gaza. Of the 250 hostages taken during that surprise attack, Israel says about 100 are still being held. An abortion rights amendment has qualified for the South Dakota ballot this November. The proposed amendment would enshrine abortion access in the state's constitution. It is the 4th state to put the issue directly before voters this year, though opponents can still file legal challenges for another month. And former Donald Trump lawyer John Eastman pleaded not guilty to conspiracy charges in Arizona today, the first of 18 people to appear in court after being charged for allegedly participating in the effort to overturn the 2020 election. Eastman was released from custody without conditions. Kelly, back to you.
Tyler, thanks. I'll see you soon. Tyler Matheson. Coming up, it seems like there's little spark left in the renewable energy trade. The iShares Clean Energy ETF is down 25% over the past year. But don't let that action fool you. It's alive and well among some investors. We'll discuss how and why next. And CNBC is celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage throughout the month of May. Here's Morningstar CEO Kunal Kapoor.
I came to the U.S. as an immigrant. I started here in college as an undergrad and then came to work at Morningstar right out of college. And I worked my way up the firm, and I think the best lesson is that a combination of hard work, entrepreneurship, and just contributing to society does lead to great outcomes. In my view, the American dream is alive and well and thriving.
Now.
Welcome back to The Exchange. The cybersecurity firm Rubrik was just one of the tech IPOs we've seen recently. Its shares are up 9% since going public in late April. Leading up to that debut, trading activity dramatically increased. And how do we know? On the secondary marketplace where those shares were trading, called Hive, a private platform where certain investors can buy and sell shares of pre-IPO unicorns. For more on how it works and who could be next based on recent activity, let's bring in founder and CEO Sim Desai. Sim, it's good to have you here. Welcome.
Kelly, it's great to be with you.
So can any old person use this platform or just accredited investors?
So the platform is available for accredited investors, accredited individual investors, and institutional investors.
Right. Okay. Institutional makes sense. By the way, how do you know if someone's accredited? It's not like they get a blue check from the SEC.
Yeah. So in order to be accredited, you need to meet certain minimum income and net worth thresholds as specified under U.S. securities law. And we check those thresholds before users can come into our platform.
Yeah. So, but do they self-report it, or do they have to literally upload a tax return or something?
On our platform, they self-report when they come into the platform. But Yeah.
Okay, just curious, because I think that there are so many people, if you look at the meme stocks and a lot of the excitement around names like Anthropic and in kind of the private markets, a lot of people would say, okay, well, how do I kind of jump in on this before it IPOs? And it sounds like Hive is one platform where they can do so. Just talk a little bit about that.
That's right. So, if you're an accredited investor or an institution, you can get involved. A lot of individuals in the U.S. today do qualify as accredited investors. So they might be surprised to find that they do meet those thresholds to get in on the action, as you say. So yeah, if you do meet those thresholds, you come on board on Hive or a similar marketplace and get access to direct trading for these stocks.
What are the hottest companies in the private market right now?
So there's a number of companies that are trading very actively on Hive. Some of these include names you might have heard of, like Databricks or Anthropic or OpenAI. Anthropic and OpenAI are both competitors in the AI space. SpaceX, Ripple, which is a crypto name that's very popular and well known. Flexport, which is like a transport logistics platform. These are all late stage venture backed companies, also known as unicorns, that have not yet gone public, but might be on a path to going public in the not too distant future.
Is there anywhere that you used to see big interest, but maybe, as we would say, shares are down?
Yeah, well, look, today the hottest sectors, as you can see from that list that you displayed, are clearly far and away AI is number one. And then you see a lot of interest in blockchain technology names, so names that have exposure to the crypto space. You might see, for example, Ripple, Kraken. Kraken's an exchange for crypto, similar to Coinbase, which went public a couple years ago. So that's where a lot of the interest is in these sort of more advanced technologies, deep tech type plays. I think businesses that have more exposure to sort of the real economy, consumer product type plays, things that are logistically quite cost expensive, are the ones that might be lower in favor these days.
Yeah, that makes sense. So who would be listing their shares for sale? Are these employees who have received them, obviously, as part of their comp? Maybe they need the cash, and so they can turn to a platform like yours. So would that activity kind of pick up if they think an IPO is not coming?
Yeah, so employees, so the two main categories of sellers on our platform are early stage investors in these companies. So there's a lot of funds who are selling on our platform, funds that invest in these companies maybe at like an early stage, like a Series A round, venture capital round, whereas that might have been 5 or 10 years ago, and they might be sitting on a very massive gain. So a lot of people are using the secondary market, or as we call it, to sell their stakes and realize gains in these companies. And you also, as you mentioned, have employees who may have had stock in these companies, vested shares that they got as part of their employment income. They typically, often tech company employees receive options to buy shares in these companies as part of their income, may be sitting on these shares for quite some time. And these companies are not going public for a long time, in many cases 10 years or even longer. Most of these companies may never go public. And so these employees need a place to generate liquidity so that they can do things like buy a house or invest in their child's education.
All right, and you're seeing a lot more activity than last year. I guess the final, what would be your conclusion from that? That even though we've seen some decent IPOs lately, that people aren't that excited just yet, that there's going to be a big wave?
Well, look, whether or not there's a huge deal of IPO activity, there's always going to be interest amongst employees and investors to get liquidity in the private market. But yeah, the runway to going public and the barriers to going public are just getting ever higher. I mean, we've been talking for years about how companies are staying private for longer. This phenomenon or trend has been accentuated by the fact that rates are much higher now, so the cost of capital is a lot higher, meaning that the public market is a lot more picky about private companies that want to go public.
True.
They expect high revenues and profitability from those companies, and a lot of these startups have really exciting technologies and are growing very quickly, but may not have reached that level of profitability or revenue that the public market requires these days. And so, there's been a few IPOs in the last 6 or 9 months, let's say 5 or 6 of them in terms of high-profile tech companies, but there are literally thousands of these highly valued startups out there. So, you know, the line is long. The queue to go public is quite long.
It's very interesting. Sim, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll check back in soon.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Sim Desai with Hive. Speaking of investor appetite in the private markets, while Wall Street has seemingly left the renewables trade for dead, the private markets are stepping up to fund the clean energy transition. Pippa Stevens is here with those details. Who and where, Pippa?
Yeah, Kelly. Well, starting here with the public markets, because if you look only at clean energy stocks, you might think the trade is all but dead based on heavy losses. But in the private market, investment is actually booming, including from private equity funds. 5 years ago, the value of PE deals in energy transition was $500 million. Last year, that number was nearly $26 billion, according to Mike Collier at financial advisory firm Weaver. Now, wind and solar still attract the most dollars, but the ecosystem has become broader, with renewable fuels, EV-related technologies, and batteries seeing more investment. PE plays a critical role because they're a stepping stone of sorts for companies that have outgrown venture capital but aren't yet ready for public markets. Now, Collier did make the distinction that a lot of these deals are investing upfront in infrastructure build-outs rather than acquiring companies outright. And so essentially, they're getting a foot in the door now in the hope of bigger returns later. But PE is very disciplined when it comes to those returns. So he said the fact that they're even able to raise money specifically for energy transition investments, Kelly, is a good sign for the industry.
Is it just a lagging thing possibly where, you know, the returns for clean energy, maybe go back a couple years ago during the pandemic, were pretty good in the public markets and that's since collapsed? We talked about how they're down big over the past year. Could the same hit be coming for some of these companies that have had big private equity investments?
So I think what we've seen a lot of PE deals being done on the infrastructure side. And so that's something like, you know, you get pretty steady longer term returns because you have that power purchase agreement, say, but they're not taking bets on what is going to be the next new hot technology, because on that front, we just don't know yet. And I think that the SPAC boom and subsequent bust definitely did a disservice to some of these companies, some of these newer technologies. And it was basically just they were not yet ready for prime time. They should have stayed private for longer, and they needed a little bit more of that hand holding to get them to the public markets. And so I think the next stage of PE investing in energy transition will be greater technology bets, but we're just not quite there yet.
Interesting. And also Charlie Babrinsko yesterday said, given the low valuations of some traditional energy names like Apache, he's expecting an LBO wave there. Whether or not those partners are interested, and you know, they might not be interested in the energy per se. A lot of them do like the transition, but at 3 times earnings, they might say, look, the financial returns are too attractive to pass up.
Yeah, and we're seeing the energy transition side grow, but also traditional energy. A lot of these companies, the KKRs, the Apollos of the world, they have feet in both sides of this.
Right.
So where there's money to be made, they're going to go.
Right, exactly. Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens. Still ahead, discretionary is one of the worst performing sectors this week, and hotel stocks are underperforming within that group. Marriott and Hilton are down another % since Monday, and it's a different story for cruise lines where Carnival and Royal Caribbean are higher. We'll talk about the corporate trend all 4 are bucking next on The Exchange.
CNBC.
Welcome back to The Exchange. A lot of U.S. companies have been looking to diversify away from China, but some of the biggest names in travel are making big bets on its recovery now. Our Seema Modi has that story. Seema?
Kelly, all these concerns about the economy, travel is actually one of the rare bright spots in China. The latest 5-day holiday saw nearly 300 million trips within the country, according to data from the China's ministry, 30% higher than 2019 levels. Booking Holdings also revealed that room night growth in broader Asia in the first quarter, in part, was driven by the Chinese traveler. Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky said it's a market that he's looking to expand in. And then there's Royal Caribbean, just re-entering China after a 3-year hiatus. Spectrum of Sea sailings out of Shanghai, with a second ship to sail out of Tianjin next year, all while the U.S. hotel operators are increasing their footprint. 65,000 properties expected to break ground in the next 12 months. That's according to Lodging Econometrics. However, international travel to the mainland is still lagging, with data from Nomura showing foreign arrivals to China is 30% below pre-pandemic levels. One of the issues, as we've been discussing, is the lack of flights to and from the country. Hilton CEO Chris Nassetta on the latest earnings call did say that he expects more flights in the second and third quarter. So the industry is really betting on that recovery, Kelly.
Seema, do we call it a recovery in China? This is now the second or third time this week we've had discussions with investors, or now in your case, companies, who are starting to turn more optimistic on growth there.
It's interesting, I guess, when you look at it through the lens of travel, Kelly, and the tone that CEOs have on these earnings calls as it relates to China, they are cautiously optimistic about the recovery there, especially when you look at how the Chinese are traveling within the country and now starting to leave, going to Taiwan, Vietnam, Japan. You're starting to see that consumers spend money on travel at the least.
Wow. Seema, thank you very much for bringing that to us. Our Seema Modi. Coming up, all three major averages hitting record highs this week, with the Dow topping 40,000 for the first time ever. Our trader says there's still room to run, and some of the names that have helped to propel those gains, including this one, up nearly 16% over the past month alone. We will reveal it, and the leader, she says, is now too expensive. Next. Don't go anywhere.
in America.
The major indices all hitting new record highs this week with, yes, the Dow touching 40,000 for the first time. Here are some of the names that got us there, but which ones will continue to go higher and where should you cash out? We're trading the market leaders in a special edition of Three Buys and a Bail. Our trader today is Victoria Green, G Squared Private Wealth founding partner and CIO and a CNBC contributor. It's great to see you again, Victoria. Welcome.
Well, thanks so much.
Let's start with NVIDIA. Yes, it's up 89% this year. It's the top performer on the NASDAQ 100, third best on the S&P. Reports next week. Is the rally over or not?
I don't think the rally's over. Now, it is important to have good results next week. A lot of it's going to be about the outlook and guidance forward, as it is for most tech stocks. But I think as long as it's solid, as long as their growth trajectory remains intact, they're going to get over the 950 hurdle and they're going to get over 1,000 a share. So for me, this is still a buy. They're by far and away the leader in the clubhouse in the chip industry, and I don't see that going away. I feel like they're almost about to run roll everybody else because they're so far ahead with the chips they're manufacturing. I mean, look at the Oracle XAI deal. That's almost all going to be funded through NVIDIA chips. And for me, that's so much growth potential. The stock is not overvalued, and the growth trajectory doesn't look like it's slowing down. To me, it looks like it's going to accelerate for them. So it's still a buy, and I see $1,000 easy for them if they beat next week.
Real quickly, what do you make of some of the big name investors who have been trimming their positions? They've done quite well in it. Stan Druckenmiller, Brad Gerstner, obviously. And the fact that, look, a 38 forward PE is hardly, too frothy. Well, okay, we could say it's frothy. It's not crazy. It's not 100. It's not like Netflix and Tesla used to have. But is that PE still too expensive?
Yeah, and is 38 cheap? No, but is 38 reasonable for a transformative company? Yes, and I think this is still such early innings in the AI trade, and we're going to see so much investment, not just from companies, but also from sovereign nations, from individuals. As we all get into this AI play, we're still early innings on that. This development is going to continue, and the chip demand is only going to continue to grow. And for us, the challengers just aren't there yet. We can talk about China and AMD and other people that are trying to ramp up, but NVIDIA by far and away has made the best chips, continues to make advanced chips, continue to make better chips than their competitors. It's like, do you want to buy a Mercedes Benz, or do you want to buy like a Toyota Camry? You'd rather ride around in a G-Wagon, right? And I feel like NVIDIA is the G-Wagon of the street.
All right, let's move along to Amazon. That's next on our list here. It's up 21% year to date, third best stock on the Dow. It's ongoing cost-cutting efforts and growing ad revenue with AWS, a major driver for the stock as well. You are sticking with Amazon.
Absolutely. For me, I see 200 easy on the stock, and I see this also as a generational hold. I do not see this as a tradable stock. I think this is one you want to put in a Roth and you hold it, because for me, they continue to develop new growth lines. Look at AWS. A decade ago, that was nothing. They were just an online retailer. Then AWS is now about 17% of revenue. Now ads are growing, and these are both very high margin businesses. We feel like AWS could get to 40% margin within the next couple years, and I feel, and it might be a bit of an aggressive call, but I feel like by 2025, they're going to be a $200 billion a quarter revenue company. And they have other things they can lean into. Look at this. There's word that they may be starting to kind of use their logistics for outside their sales revenue. So maybe they start competing with FedEx and UPS. They already ship 80% of their volume. They're extremely good at shipping product. What if they expand into even more revenue streams than they have now? And that just further enhances their growth. So for me, Amazon's one of these companies I absolutely love. Do not love the ad on Prime, though. Like, I'd like some way to override that a little bit easier, please.
I'll just wonder if they're under more scrutiny at some point for divestitures, so you can't have AWS subsidizing retail, and especially once they become the biggest company in America. Anyway, let's move on to Goldman Sachs. Speaking of crowd favorites, that was the chart we teased. It's actually up 21% this year. It's actually neck and neck with Amazon for that number 3 Dow spot. Pulled back from that retail banking push. They're focusing more on the core businesses. And this one makes it on your list.
Yes, absolutely. I see this, again, the potential to move to 500 a share, because Goldman went back to being Goldman. And Goldman is very, very good at being Goldman. Their trading departments, their investment banking, their ultra high net worth focus, and they're continuing to grow other lines outside the retail. Their actual custodial business growing into the RIA, their asset management business continues to grow. But for me, it's just their trading and their deal making is so core to their revenue. And they're very, very good at that. And we see the IPO market heating up. We see M&A M&A heating up. Even with high rates, we are seeing more and more deals getting done. And Goldman, to me, is one of the leaders in that field. And they also then continue to look beyond that. So let's get into the alternatives push that most asset managers are getting into. That's a new revenue stream that Goldman hasn't had a huge chunk of that they can continue to push more into. I see this as early innings in Goldman rally, and I'd buy any dip, and I could see this stock at 500 maybe by the end of the year.
Wow. All right, let's go from your 3 buys to your bail for the group. And it's a name that has rivaled NVIDIA with gains this year, but is way less well known. Constellation Energy, up 84% just since January. It's number 2 and number 4 on the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P, respectively. They're focusing increasingly on their role as a data center power supplier. How can you be so excited about NVIDIA and bailing on this one?
It's not that I'm bearish. It's just it's a little expensive and it's looking a little toppy for me. I'm a little worried they're kind of going to retest that 185 level. It's just looking a little weak. I do not hate the power trade. I love it. We've been leaning into it. We think power, data infrastructure, data is a good play. This looks a little bit expensive here to me. And that's the only reason that I'm saying, hey, maybe would be a good time to take profits. First off, it's a utility. Can we remind ourselves they're a nuclear utility? So we just need to kind of step off of this, that yes, they are growing. I also will mention there's a little bit of a growing tail risk that if there is a red wave, the IRA, which is the Inflation Reduction Act, which has done a lot for their profit margin, could be at risk. Now, there was a lot of talk about, oh, we're going to repeal Obamacare if 2016 happens, and then they didn't. And so I see that, though, potential risk.
That is fascinating. Victoria, thanks for drawing our attention to it. For all your thoughts today, we appreciate your time. Victoria Green, G Squared Private Wealth. Power Lunch is after the break.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Matheson. Glad you could join us on this Friday afternoon. Stocks are off their record highs right now, but the Dow is still up for the week. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ also setting records. The NASDAQ up more than 2% this week, and we'll have much more in the markets with our friend Michael Farr of Farr Miller in Washington. He is with us for the full hour. Michael, welcome.
No chat with Michael here. We have to wait. We have to wait, they say. We'll do our best to try. We want to start with AI because it's been a busy, busy news week and much more to come next week. Google and Apple both up about 4% since Monday, and Reddit soaring today on news that OpenAI will use Reddit content to train ChatGPT. Could be a great revenue stream, Tyler, for a lot of these companies.
Let's start, however, with Microsoft because it's next on deck for the big AI event next week. Our Steve Kobach will be there, and he joins us now with more on what we might see and hear from Microsoft. Steve.
Yeah, Tyler, we got 2 AI reveals down so far with 2 more to go. This week, we, of course, got the latest from OpenAI and Google. And starting Monday, it's Microsoft's turn with its Build Developers Conference. Expecting a slew of AI announcements, of course, including new AI computers with Qualcomm's first ever PC chip, plus plenty on the software side like AI features in Windows 11. And of course, then there's Copilot, Microsoft's marquee AI assistant. Microsoft has been making a huge push to sell it to businesses this year, but it's not cheap. It's $30 per user per month. For now, investors, though, they have little clarity into how well Copilot is selling, despite all that hype from Microsoft. I spent some time over the last few days catching up with CTOs and other execs who decide to buy tools like Copilot to see how it's being received, and the answers have been pretty mixed. No one we spoke to is really ready to deploy Copilot widely. They're still testing it with just a couple hundred employees at a time. They say it's too expensive while they can't quantify the benefit. But it's not all bad. Almost everyone said they love how Copilot works with video meetings in the Teams app, and it keeps that transcript handy. It can summarize everything that happened. Also useful for catching up on piles of missed emails. Microsoft has given some data on Copilot performance. Recently announced Coca-Cola is testing Copilot internally, and the IT company Cognizant recently bought 25,000 Copilot seats for its employees. You can do the math there to see how much Microsoft is making. As for next week, expecting improvements to Copilot to address some of those issues customers have been having, guys.
All right, folks, let's thank you, Steve. Stick around as we bring in Michael Farr here. Steve talking most especially about Microsoft. Why don't I get you to sort of react to Microsoft and what you think of that company's performance and prospects, but also the idea of how critical it is for individual investors to understand AI in today's environment.
One, I like Microsoft, and I've owned Microsoft for years. I think, you know, there's also a buzz about this Microsoft Build conference that's coming up. I think it's next week. All the other sort of big tech companies have been having their rollouts, so we're looking to hear more from them then. I think there are more ways to win in the AI space with Microsoft than virtually any other company out there. Azure and their cloud business, their generative AI, and that they're moving to subscriptions there, I think just looks strong all the way around. It's really hard, I think, Tyler, to understand what the effects of AI are going to be. If you explained what ChatGPT could do, and ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't signed on to ChatGPT and asked it a question or to write an essay or a letter or anything, it's going to blow your mind if you haven't done it.
Perplexity is the same way. It's another version, another
Perplexity, yes. So, you know, this is a technology that adds to that equation of productivity. If GDP growth is the addition of your workers plus the productivity can explode. We've been in a productivity recession for years. It changed last year, started to tick up, and it wasn't AI, but AI, I think, can move the needle big time. One of the most exciting things going. So it can change growth by a factor, and I think that's what you can see in Microsoft.
In the portfolios that you oversee, do you have a corner dedicated to AI stocks or AI players, or is your way to play to say, okay, no, I'm going to go with the Microsofts, with the Googles, with the ones that are in the space but are not purer plays?
We look at kind of all of it throughout our portfolio. For instance, I've mentioned Valmont on here before, and the stock has done very well lately. It's an infrastructure play, but they build the stuff for data centers. And data centers are increasing. So I can look at a company that's got agriculture and infrastructure and go, but wait, these people are supplying data centers and the demand's going through the roof. So lots of different companies. Accenture has a whole lot of data, mining lots and lots of miles of data deep that can be used for clearer reporting through AI. So it's not just the Microsoft, it's not just the Apples, it's not just Amazon. There's an aspect to this in pretty much every bit of everybody's portfolio.
Well, and Steve, I do think it's interesting what you're saying, that perhaps that initial burst of productivity from using Copilot is not, immediately tangible with a lot of companies. How much do you think that might slow investor excitement for Microsoft, if at all, at this point?
Shows that people who are looking at Copilot or experimenting with Copilot, they want to see what the return on investment is. They put out this, they meaning Microsoft, put out this report last week. It's called their Annual Work Trends Index. And that was one of the #1 topics that Microsoft is talking about, helping people understand that what the productivity benefits are. I talked to one CTO who basically told me it's too subjective right now to really understand if it's worth paying that hefty price. Again, $30 per user per month. Multiply that by a couple 10,000 employees. It's really got to be able to prove itself. It's a significant bump up from what many customers are already paying for those standard tools like email and Teams chat. So that is one thing, or likely going to be a theme going into the Build conference on Tuesday, is what's new with Copilot? Is there any kind of elasticity in that pricing to get people to sign on now? Because right now, there's just so much minimal disclosure for investors on how this is their main product, Kelly. You got to keep that in mind. They just hired a new CEO of Microsoft AI to run that division for user-facing and consumer products, specifically Copilot. So a lot of effort behind it, but still not a lot of proof there yet that it is all it's hyped up to be.
Yeah, no, what you said about the Teams call, the ability to do transcripts is great, but you don't know if you need, 30,000 licenses for that, or maybe a few less than that.
Exactly.
Steve, thanks very much. We appreciate it, Steve Kovac. Let's stick with AI and talk about a number of executive moves and big hires across the generative AI startups this week, including at the two biggest darlings in the space, OpenAI and Anthropic. Deirdre Bosa joins us in today's Tech Check for more on what this means we'll see next out of these startups. Deirdre.
Kelly, I've been following your conversation. Microsoft has already grown up, but these Gen AI startups, they're starting to grow up now and also going a little more corporate. A number of the most well-funded, highly regarded startups, they're moving from an all-out focus on building that core technology to turning that technology into products, and with a sense of urgency, I should add. There's Anthropic's hire of Instagram co-founder Mike Krieger. He'll be the startup's new head of product, focused on getting the tech into users' hands and finding business uses. There's also French open source darling Mistral hiring a new GM for North America who has held chief revenue officer roles at a number of other tech companies. And Answer Engine, Tyler just mentioned this, Perplexity. It added 3 new advisors who have held senior roles or helped build key products at Uber, Android, and Bing. Guys, for all the hires, though, there was that very notable departure this week as well. Kelly, we talked about it. Ilya Sutskever from OpenAI, known for pushing the ethical and safe development of Gen AI. We'll see what he does next, but that is one less voice in the monetization and commercialization drive. We round all this up and more. Be sure to check out our weekly deep dive publishing today at cnbc.com/tcweekly. And to your guest, Michael, I would say, if ChatGPT blows your mind, check out this piece because it's all about the AI agents that can do even more in real time. And it's really amazing what we've seen this week.
I can't wait.
Are they already doing it, Deirdre? I know a lot of these announcements, are these about technologies that are still yet to come, or is this stuff live?
Good question. Parts of it are being made live. This was the demo, and that's a key distinction because there was even some fits and starts with it. But you know what Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, told me earlier this week is that they want this technology and aim to have it into consumers' hands within the next year. So it's all moving very, very quickly. And the key difference is that it can emote, it can rationalize, it can remember. So a leap forward than what we've already seen with ChatGPT.
You know what's interesting, Michael and Deirdre, to me, is I think back to decades ago. I grew up in the publishing business. So did you grow up in the publishing business? And there was, at that time, maybe a conceit that the legacy publishers were going to own the world of online information and online journalism.
And in truth, that has not been the case. It has been other companies that have come in and been the winners here. So I wonder, in this new breakthrough world of artificial intelligence, whether it's a little too convenient to say that the winners are going to be those legacy tech companies, the Metas, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Oracles, and whoever else, Amazon, Apple, whoever else you want to say, or is it going to be these smaller startups like Anthropic? There are obviously lots of different facets here. There are the data builders and so on and so on. But the people that really do generative work, I wonder what you think about that. I think your answer is going to be both. Because as we look through kind of every evolution of every industry, the answer has been both. We can go look back to the insurance industry or the big blue chip companies and say every portfolio 25 or 30 years ago had to own AIG and had to own General Electric and had to own whatever. And you were supposed to sell Corning until they figured out that they could take that bakeware stuff and turn it into fiber optic cable.
True.
So, right? I mean, so
and the glass on the screens.
The glass on the screens. So you really need to say some of these smaller companies are going to have it right, and some of the bigger companies won't. But content really has proven king in publishing and will with this.
That's the only thing I was going to say about this. I think the Reddit deal. I would love to know the terms. Perhaps they're already out there. But Tyler, to exactly your point, if you're a Reddit, if you're a Wall Street Journal, if you are a sort of repository of information and language that the large language models can train on without violating the law and being accused of stealing down the road, and they're going to pay you for that privilege, could those companies become the winners?
So, Dee, I mean, you covered this a long time. I think back to the days when who dominated the digital space? A company called AOL did, okay? Everybody thought it was going to be AOL's world. They gobbled up the company that I worked for.
Google only came along later.
Pardon?
Google only came along later, right?
Google
there was Ask there was AOL, there was Yahoo.
Going to own it. Yahoo was going to own it. And where are they now? Even those guys, they're all but dead in the water. And when they came along, I was guest hosting. I was guest hosting on CNN, FN, and we interviewed these two new kids. Oh, you're dating yourself, man. I know, but the two new kids from this company called Google, and we were in the middle of the .com craze. And I looked at Rhonda Schaffler, and I said, "They're calling this company what? Google?" I thought it was like a name like Yahoo or something that they just made it.
You know,
this is the company that. Go ahead, Deirdre.
It's a really good point, and it's not like Google came in and reinvented the wheel. They just had like a better user interface, basically, and began to dominate the market for search for the next 2 decades. So in this moment, there's a similar, very fierce debate going on. I think the difference is that the mega caps that we know now are so well capitalized. They're the biggest companies in the world, and they're moving pretty quickly. I mean, we talk about the regulatory red tape, but Google was able to acquire DeepMind years ago, and that was really essential for them leading the technology. There are startups, though, like Perplexity and Anthropic and some others that are making Google and Microsoft move a lot faster, and certainly an open question. But I probably agree with Michael. It's going to be both.
All right. Deirdre, thanks very much. All right, all this AI build-out is going to require chips, and that's going to require money. The U.S. government has already handed out $33 billion of money from the CHIPS Act. But another $6 billion remains, and Megan Casella has more on that. Megan.
Tyler, hundreds of companies are still vying for a piece of that pie that's remaining from the CHIPS Act. Most of the $33 billion that's been allocated has gone to leading-edge producers like Intel and Samsung. And Mike Schmidt, who leads the CHIPS office at Commerce, tells us the focus now is on sending smaller awards to dozens of smaller companies along the supply chain. The goal is to provide grants for equipment and material suppliers on one end, all the way to packaging facilities on the other.
Our goal when we're evaluating an application is first and foremost to assess the benefits of the application for our economic and national security, and then second, to negotiate as good a deal as possible for taxpayers.
Now, one company competing for a CHIPS award is IQE. It's a UK-based company that produces what's called compound semiconductor wafers for companies like Apple. Its CEO says he recognizes the interest in funding AI chips, but says it's also crucial to fund the materials that help them work.
Our conversation with the CHIPS office is about capacity and new technologies. And we are having very constructive conversations. I'm pleased to see them looking at the industry as a whole.
Now, industry experts say funding these suppliers is key to making sure that chip manufacturing in the U.S. can last for the long term. Guys?
Megan, thank you. And I guess I would turn Michael Farr to you and just say Intel was seen as the clear beneficiary of these handouts. Is that a stock you'd stick with? Are there others?
You know, Intel has gotten beaten up. I mean, they've come way down off the high. Is Megan still here?
Probably.
Is she still? Because I was just going to ask about the capacity, because this was a big part of the supply chain problem when we couldn't get chips to put in new cars. I mean, we stopped production lines, right? So I think you have to look at who can actually deliver the chips that we need. And Intel's okay, but it's still, in my opinion,
NVIDIA's world, isn't it?
It's NVIDIA's world, and it's still Taiwan Semiconductor's world, which brings in a huge political conflict. And if something happens in Taiwan, doesn't that even make NVIDIA even more exclusive, and more of the gaming and high-tech stuff? Getting these high-tech production facilities up and running and tooled in the U.S. is a multi-year process. You just can't come in and say, we're going to produce these highest level of chips. It's the low level of chips you can get, and they're cheap.
And maybe to put it differently, for all that Intel has benefited from these handouts, the stock is nothing like an NVIDIA. Although it's, obviously it's done much better of late, but I think there's still a ways to go in that story.
But a contrarian and a fundamental investor, I think, Kelly, would look at it and say, and I haven't jumped in that Intel water yet, but probably they've got the tools, they've got the experience and the balance sheet that, yes, they can get there.
All right. A quick power check as we head to break. On the plus side today is Robinhood, the online brokerage, soaring on a double upgrade to buy at B of A, who cites increased activity from retail investors. On the negative side is Cracker Barrel, plunging after cutting its dividend to just 25 cents from $1.30 per share and forecasting lower sales and profits ahead. Power Lunch will be right back.
CaptainJimJames.com.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. A day after the Dow kissed, as Bill Raftery says, kissed the 40,000 level, stocks are mainly flat today, though the major averages are on pace for a strong finish to the week, with the Dow up 1%, and on track now for its fifth higher week, or week higher, I should say. The S&P 500 up about 1.5%, the NASDAQ up about 2%. Michael Farr of Hightower Advisors with us for the hour. And Michael, we want to spend some time here talking markets with you. Momentum typically begets momentum, doesn't it?
It does. New highs
Until
typically.
it doesn't.
Well, until it doesn't, until momentum reverses the other way, and that's no fun either. And it's been a long time since we really remember those lower lows every day. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it this way, every brand new high we have ever made in history, except for yesterday's, has been succeeded at some point by a higher high. So this is the trend. This will creep up, and these are psychological numbers, and it's great reason to celebrate capitalism, the American way, and the good work and information that comes from CNBC.
So I shouldn't feel bad if I'm a viewer and I say, well, you know, I've been had my money in cash. I was worried. I didn't trust this. I mean, it's still, with reason, a good time to put money to work if you are going to dollar cost average in, if...
Sure. I mean, yes, you never want to stop your discipline. So if you have a discipline, you stick with your discipline. My longtime partner, John Washington, said the best time to buy stocks is when you have money, and the best time to sell stocks is when you need money, and otherwise pay no attention to the levels. There's a lot of wisdom, actually, in that, and of just holding through various cycles for the long term and letting your money grow and compound tax deferred.
I want to mention one of the catalysts this week really seems to be the CPI report.
Yes.
A little bit softer than expected, enough for people to be off to the races saying, okay, great, maybe we can have rate cuts after all, or what have you. You've seen bond yields drop. But even today, the market has given up its gains after the Fed's Bowman said she'd still be open to hiking if needed. She's been a hawk. This isn't exactly a news flash, but do you think the Fed's going to try to push back here a little bit and maybe try to say, okay, we need both options open?
Yeah, it's exactly what the Fed's doing through these various jawboning and folks and governors coming and saying we might be open to a raise. Do I really think they're open to a raise? No. What I think they had to do is they had to say they were open to a raise because stocks took off. I saw that number and I saw futures take off and then they pulled back and I said, well, that was just, you know, that was the bots trading. That was the algos that just ran up on. But they've got ahead of itself. And markets have been doing this to the Fed for 2 years now. Every time the Fed comes out and says, look, we're going to be data dependent or we're going to do this or that, fine. And then markets go, oh, no, they're going to cut. Oh, no, we're going to have 7 or 8 cuts this year. No, you're not. The Fed never said it. And then the Fed comes back and...
love the Fed because they give us... I almost said something else, stuff to talk about. They give us plenty to talk about. But I want to turn it because we've spent the last year maybe worrying about what the Fed was going to do and what it wasn't going to do. We've been the last worrying about inflation. But now more and more people seem to be worrying about the consumer. Are you?
Sure. You have to worry about the consumer. The main fundamental support for the entire U.S. economy is the consumer. And if you read Home Depot's earnings report that they are seeing smaller tickets and fewer tickets and that consumers are deferring big purchases, a lot because maybe home sales aren't at the same pace and they're going to focus on pro and everything else. You're also seeing this from even the fast food restaurants, some of them saying that consumers aren't spending as much when they go in and they're getting pushback. Are we finally reaching that point where the consumer is running out of wallet? They had a bunch of money on their balance sheets. We know that wages have kept up, but we need to watch this consumer. The strength of the consumer and their ability to spend will dictate whether these companies can continue to have top-line sales. Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, be sure to tune in to CNBC's Financial Advisor Summit Wednesday, May 22nd. You'll hear from more top investing experts about the current bull market, answer all of your questions, give you a whole lot more. Scan that QR code to register or head to cnbcevents.com/FA. We'll be right back on Power Lunch. Welcome back to Power Lunch. Now it's workers at a Mercedes-Benz plant in Alabama voting today on whether or not to unionize. Phil LeBeau is tracking that story for us. Phil?
Kelly, as we speak, the NLRB are counting votes at 2 plants for Mercedes-Benz in Alabama to see whether or not the members there have voted to unionize. We expect the results sometime this afternoon. And for the UAW, this continues a pattern that they laid out the strategy for some time ago. After they wrapped up the big 3 negotiations last fall, they said, look, we're going to target the foreign automakers as well as EV final assembly and battery plants. And the whole idea here is you got to reverse the membership decline if you're the UAW. They're down to roughly 370,000 members. We've talked about this for weeks, if not months, that this is a decades-long decline in membership. And the only way you're going to reverse it is by organizing non-union plants. And there are 21 non-union plants in the United States. Most of them are owned by foreign automakers. Most of them are in the Southeast. And that's what the UAW is doing. They were successful last month at VW in Tennessee. We'll see what the outcome is here for Mercedes-Benz in Alabama. What happens after that? A couple of possibilities have been mentioned. A Hyundai plant in Alabama as well as a Toyota plant in Missouri. Those are 2 areas where the UAW believes it could be successful turning those plants into UAW shops. But first, they've got to organize Mercedes in Alabama. And again, the NLRB counting the votes. We should have the results sometime this afternoon. Guys?
Phil, the other way that the UAW has been trying to increase membership is by being active in organizing, believe it or not, workers on college campuses.
Wow.
True.
Right?
A big part of the UAW membership is outside of the auto industry.
Right.
I know
People
that
don't
sounds
understand
strange,
that. People don't realize
but that's been a big part of what they've done over the last, I'd say, 15 to 20 years. And they had to, Tyler. Look, a lot of the decline in membership at UAW is because the big 3 have eliminated so many plants over the last 50, 60 years. And that's just a function of the fact that they've been losing market share, obviously. But manufacturing has become much more efficient. You simply do not need as many people in a final assembly plant as you did 20 or 40 years ago. So if you're the UAW, you can try to organize plants like they're doing with Mercedes-Benz, or you could say, where else can we take our union message and get members?
Hey, Phil, it's Michael Farr. It's nice to see you again, always. We saw what happened with that Volkswagen plant in Tennessee. And, from the old guy's perspective, you'd look at a union and you'd say, all right, they're going to go out and they're going to sell better benefits, better salaries. They're going to make a better package for the workers. And then they're going to add that through and increase car prices and product prices. And it's going to create a certain level of inflation that they pass on. Is that still the sale? Is that the sale they made in Tennessee? Is that the sale they're trying to make in Alabama?
Well, that's not the sale.
How are they making?
Well, the sale they're making, Michael, you're right about the message, and the message is a pretty simple one. If you are a Mercedes line worker in Alabama, you're looking at people up for General Motors in Michigan and saying, wait a second, they got a 25% raise, and they were already making more than me? I want a piece of that pie. That's a pretty easy message to sell. In terms of your other point that you're making in terms of higher prices means more inflation and makes these plants less competitive, that's what we're hearing from governors of southern states. Kay Ivey, the governor of Alabama, has been emphatic, along with other governors, saying, don't do this. You do this, you're not going to have a plant that is as effective, as cost-effective for the automaker. And someday that automaker is going to have to make some choices about where to cut costs.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Phil LeBeau reporting for us, and we'll know the results of that vote sometime, as he says, later today, probably. All right, let's get to Kate Rogers now for a CNBC News update. Kate.
Hi, Tyler. The man convicted of attacking Representative Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer was just sentenced. David DePape received 50 years total on 2 charges, but the sentences will run concurrently, so it amounts to 30 years behind bars. DePape fractured Paul Pelosi's skull when he couldn't find the then speaker at their San Francisco home in 2022. He goes to trial on state charges for attempted murder later this month. Actor Alec Baldwin could see charges dropped against him in the deadly on-set shooting of his film Rust. His attorneys just made their arguments. The judge is expected to rule next week. It follows the manslaughter conviction of the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez, who loaded the live round into the prop gun that went off, killing the Rust cinematographer. And it could be the most famous napkin in history. The napkin inscribed deal signing a young Lionel Messi to Barcelona sold today at a British auction house for about $965,000. The agreement to bring on the 13-year-old Messi was written almost 25 years ago at a Barcelona tennis club. Tyler, back over to you.
Best deals get done on a napkin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did one of my own that way. Let's still ahead. We wrap up our Anatomy of the Consumer series. For our finale, we're going to dig into the psychology of spending. We'll be right back.
$50% off.
Welcome back. All week long on Power Lunch, we've been breaking down the health of the consumer in major sectors from retail to restaurants and travel. Today, we wrap up our series looking at the most complex part, the one often hardest to understand, the brain. We're diving into the psychology of the consumer. The latest reading on consumer sentiment from the University of Michigan showed the index falling to a 6-month low, largely on inflation fears. But for the most part, the average consumer is still spending. So what would have to happen for them to start really cutting back? Here to discuss is Joanne Shu, director of the Surveys of Consumers at the University of Michigan. Joanne, it's great to sort of meet you. Welcome.
My pleasure to be here.
What do you think? Some people say, you know, the drop in consumer sentiment, well, the reality is consumers are still spending and there's some kind of, divorce there. Do you think that's the case, or what do you think your survey is telling us?
Not at all. While it might have surprised some people that consumer sentiment is so low, considering that consumer spending overall is quite robust, consumers are not at all disconnected from reality. What we've seen over the last 2 years is that consumers have noticed that inflation has softened. They are perfectly aware that labor markets remain strong, and as a result, they really do have a good sense of how the economy is going. However, it doesn't feel to consumers that they are thriving, and the main thing that's supporting consumer spending right now is strong labor markets and strong incomes. And labor market strength appears to have softened a little bit more than expected in the most recent readings of the labor markets. And so that's a bit of a concerning sign because, again, this is the one thing that's really supporting consumer spending.
What's so interesting to me about behavioral economics is that it is so often counterintuitive. And you talk a little bit about how consumers may be feeling today a little bit defeatist about high and sort of intractable housing prices, food costs going up, so on and so forth. One might think that if consumers feel defeated, that they would pull back. But you say they may do exactly the opposite and just say, the hell with it, let me spend it anyway.
Yeah, I think we have to look to the data, and what we are seeing is a combination of negative attitudes and positive spending. And this positive spending is not a reflection of some sort of internalized secret sense of confidence that consumers have. And instead, my interpretation is that consumers see that a lot of aspirational goals that we talk about as part of the American dream, home ownership, paying for college for your kids, having a comfortable retirement, with high prices and high interest rates right now, those aspirational goals just feel increasingly out of reach. And as a result, I think consumers are not really, they've kind of given up on saving for those things. And with strong labor markets, that enables them to spend now. And I think that's what we're seeing in the consumption patterns.
Dr. Hsu, hi, it's Michael Farr. So when you've looked at these patterns before, where the consumer attitudes perhaps are getting a little bit weaker, how do these kind of cycles end? I mean, we still have inflation, we still have higher prices. The rate of those higher prices, of course, is decreasing. I mean, so that's a good thing. We have now real interest rates. Is there a point where the consumer runs out of wallet, or do they just run out of attitude, or both?
I think the wallet is going to hit earlier than the attitude, but it really depends on how labor markets are going. Again, the reason why consumers can even afford to spend in spite of their dour attitudes about the economy is because of strong labor markets and their incomes are strong. And what we see in our data is that consumers broadly have been expecting strong labor markets to persist. Now, in our most recent reading in May, in our May preliminary data, consumer expectations over labor markets have softened a little bit. So, that's possibly an early sign of oncoming weakness for consumers. But as of now, strong incomes are supporting consumer spending.
Joanne, I think the conclusion from every part of the consumer we've checked in on this week is that it's really down to the labor market.
Yes, I mean, I think that's perfectly consistent with what we are seeing. And so I think people who watch the economy should be paying very close attention to labor market expectations because I do think that's going to inform how consumers behave in the year ahead.
All right, Joanne Hsu, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
And coming up, we've got our eye on AI. A special AI edition of 3 Stock Lunch is ahead on Power Lunch. We'll be back in a minute.
Now.
Welcome back, everybody. Bond yields rising today as investors continue to digest this week's inflation data. Let's get to Rick Santelli for an explanation. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Tyler. Indeed, what a week. You consider PPI, it was all about the downward revisions to last month, even though this month was hot. CPI, it was cooler, but significantly higher than the Fed's 2% target. Retail sales was weak, and today, leading economic indicators, not a top-tier statistic on the economy, but an important one, minus 0.6, worse since October. 25 out of the last 26 months have been negative. Look at an intraday of two-year note yields. Boy, we've popped up today. And right around 11 Eastern, you notice that line that popped up? Well, if you put a two-day chart, there's your explanation. It's momentum technical trade on a Friday. We traded above yesterday's just shy of 480 high, and it accelerated to the upside. Tens were just the same, and if you look at twos and tens on the same chart week to date, you can clearly see at current levels, yes, we're up on the day in twos up 4, and tens we're up 4, but on the week, we're down 5 in twos, we're down 8 in tens, which shows that twos, tens is a little bit more inverted. Long end rates are surprisingly low considering. Kelly, back to you.
That's an interesting point. Rick, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Rick Santelli. We're celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage all month long. Here's our own Deirdre Bosa.
Asian Americans own an estimated 3 million businesses in the United States, while Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders own nearly 90,000. Collectively, the group employs close to 5 million workers. The U.S. Small Business Administration says that's just under $200 billion a year paid to their workforces. For Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I'm Deirdre Bosa.
Oof. Everybody, they're talking on CNBC, and I was like, what are they doing? Are they all on vacation today? They gotta be. What's this thing? What's this thing going on?
Corridor every single day that goes by. In recent days, we've seen some progress in the number of trucks entering Gaza via the land crossings as well. Yesterday, more than 360 trucks moved into Gaza. Between April 5th and May 16th, an average of 176 trucks entered Gaza every single day. It's not enough. I recognize that. We all recognize that. But it is ongoing, and we're hoping to get it increased. Obviously, we're going to continue to work with Israel to that end. I do want to make one important point on this before I leave this topic. There is a robust security plan for this effort, and we remain vigilant to potential threats to our service members that are working on the pier and humanitarian aid organizations and workers helping with the distribution and the collection at the marshaling area.
Everybody's up on the
top priority
beach today.
Focus on ensuring the safety of everybody involved in this effort. Now, if I could just quickly shift to Ukraine.
This looks so doom and gloomy over here, but it really isn't, is it?
Northeastern Ukraine, and are working around the clock to get weapons and equipment.
I'm going to turn this off. Turn that off. Toggle sidebar. I'm not seeing any other news there. Let's check the vol curve really quick. Just give me one quick second here. So I'm looking at, let's see if I show you guys a few things here. Trigger screen. All right, so let's take a peek here. So forget all this. It's a 1 minute chart. Doesn't mean much. We're going to go to a 1 hour basis. And I think that this was... This group of buyers here, I think that was pre-market. Could be wrong. Yeah, that was pre-market. And then this was pre-market Wednesday. That's 9 a.m. So that would be lower, wouldn't it? What time of the day is that? 8. And that down here is Tuesday. 12. That's Wednesday, maybe lower. Let's take a quick closer look at this. Hold on. 4 hours. 4-hour bar right there got bought. Nobody's business. There's your other bar right there. Make that bigger. That's your 4-hour bar right there. Should have bought that fucker right there. I would have bought that in a heartbeat. I wasn't watching. I wasn't paying attention. I wish I was paying attention to that. Okay, whatever. So that's your 4-hour bar. Looks like buyers stepping in. This is a 4-hour chart right here, and I'm looking for these bars like 4 hours, 4 hours. At least on a 4-hour basis, showing you where the buyers are. There's one right there, one right there. They're coming right back in to buy this up again. Makes sense. This bar down here interests me for next week, for a low in the week for next week. So 523, somewhere in there. Bring this out right here. There's another 4-hour bar that interests me here, but it's probably the low. You can see all these buyers down here. This looks like pretty solid foundation. Big buyers here. Daily triggers down here. This will be up here at some point. I could only hope, I guess, for a low down here. I'm hoping that we get a low down here next week. It'd be a gift to catch a low down below it. I don't think that's going to happen. This daily trigger is coming up here. You can see it already coming up. Let me show it to you again real quick. So you can see where that daily trigger is. This group of buyers is pretty. This was the buyers that gave it all away right here. This bar, if you recall, these buyers when they stepped in, the gig was up early in the day. The moment we triggered this buy down here, this moment right here, you knew the buyers were here. They came out not unexpectedly, but we were trading sideways. Sorry. We're trading sideways, and there was no known, it wasn't known how strong these buyers were. Right in here is where they told you this is where they are. So last known place for buyers was right here. They have likely moved up at least somewhat. You know that, you also know that they pushed off and broke through and got all-time highs, right? This is the constant top, and that was told to go fuck yourself, right? So we know buyers are stronger than sellers, or at least at the moment they were this past week. I don't know why this isn't working right now, but I'm not getting my Streamlabs or my computers. Something's wrong right now. Anyways, you're gonna expect that buyers are more than likely at least right here is the point. They could be higher. They could be right here, us not even know it. For next week, this could be the pullback that you're getting to get your next high right here for next week. So big question mark. Can we go lower? You can actually see they tried to dump it today, and it's being bought like fucking crazy. They're buying the fuck out of this right now, and they should, right? You would expect that at least a group of buyers is going to be here. You're going to definitely expect that this won't get breached, that these buyers are these buyers. These buyers were monsters. The moment this happened that day, right, it was on. That was it. You knew it was going to happen. You knew that the gig was up, that we were going to go blast into the moon. And you can see them buying it right now. So on a 1-hour basis, let's take a peek at that. And they're stepping in again. This is where that group of buyers is down below. The expectation is that they're higher. Right? This is your original group of buyers. Why we're at all-time highs. And then the question becomes, where are they now, right? That's always the question. Where are they? Are they here? Is this just an intraday buying? Is this just buying to get a print for all this crap down here for Opex? I don't know what's going on. My cursor sucks right now. Maybe it's my thing. Anyways, if you were looking for a weekly low next week, the expectation would be that was it. That was your weekly low for next week. I kid you not. Now, if you're hoping for something down here, this is where I get excited. Anything down here, I get super excited. To catch a low down here would be a gift. Because I think with fair certainty that there's major buyers here, and I always like to go with those guys and have them print a bunch of money. And you watch this, how this gets, but this is going to get bought heavy and hard. That dip that you just saw here is going to get bought heavy and hard. The expectation would be that it would be bought heavy and hard. We're going to explode here to the upside coming into the end of the day. It's 254 right now, and you can see them stepping right in. You can see it yourself. It's easy. Tamp down price, get the price you want, push it back up to the upside. Now, for next week, we're going to chat about the expectations for next week. Number one, first thing to look at for next week is the hourly trigger. Always want to be looking at that on a 30-minute basis, okay? So 30-minute basis. Always be checking the hourly trigger on a 30-minute basis. So that's what we're going to do. First thing we're going to take a peek here is, can I get this thing up or no? This thing just too squished now. It just said, fuck you. What? And what can we glean from this? What can we glean from this chart? You know, someone asked me earlier about a training class. We do training classes. I recorded training videos for you on the website. They're there. Second part about training. We do training here 5 days a week. We're here or most days. Well, I think we've missed 2 days. No, we've missed 1.5 or 2 days this year. But outside of that, we haven't missed a single day. So here's your training session for the week. It's a 30-minute basis here, right? There's a few things to glean from this. Here. That I want to show to you here. Number one, if we come out of negative velocity on a daily basis, like right here, that's where we are, like right here. Okay. And look at how far we can go. When daily velocity becomes positive, it can stay positive for a long period of time. Long period of time. You know what November did, right? It was just getting started in November. Prices boomed. You chased the entire way. Okay, that's my point here is you chased the entire way. Right? Remember that? This is October. We started chasing here. So, hold on here. What's going on here? The fuck is going on here? Having some real issues today. So, and there's two things I want you to realize here. When you get into positive daily velocity, when you come into daily positive velocity, any pullbacks on hourly velocity are bought. They're expected to be bought. Okay? Expected to be bought, expected to be bought, expected to be bought, expected to be bought. Okay? And daily velocity can be sustained for a long period of time. Let me say it to you the last time, okay? So you start coming into positive velocity on a daily basis. All right, we just had a big down move over here. We're just getting started on daily velocity. You're going to expect hourly velocity to get bought and be supportive. I can't understand how many times I have to say that, but I guess I do. I know it's not all of you, but for some of you out there, it is. It's like, hey, Cap, we're going to get another correction today. You already had your fucking correction. That's what you got, right? You got your correction. We're now peaking out here, and you're probably saying to yourself, hey, Cap, how bad is this pullback going to be, right? Because we are looking like we want a little bit of a pullback here, don't we? If you look closely at that hourly velocity, we are looking like a little bit of pullback is needed, right? Maybe something like that right there would be nice. Something like that, something a little more aggressive than just this right here, right? You might want a little bit more pullback than what you get. And today you got your pullback. That's the crazy part. So let's talk about that really quick. Let me just bring this down. Oh, hold on here. You actually got your pullback on a Friday to the hourly trigger. To the hourly trigger. And they're already buying it right now. They're buying it right now. They bought it here. They bought it here. Even on this dip, you should have just stayed long, and it went up, right? Bought it here, bought it here. Just bought it here, Didn't matter. So, you know, at the worst case scenario next week, worst case scenario, maybe this right here. Maybe 525.67. If you're lucky, you can get a pullback down here into next week. Thank yourself if you get that pullback into next week. And look at price right now. It's getting fucking hammered to the upside. It's getting bought. All of it's bought here. All of it's bought. Hourly trigger is ultimately strong due to the daily trigger. Understand that. It's ultimately strong due to the daily trigger. We already had one tag right here. Already tagged this bad boy. So maybe we can get a little bit more down next week, right? Hopefully we can get a weekly low, something to buy and grasp onto. But on a Friday, they are giving you the chance to buy the hourly trigger instead of Monday or Tuesday. And what did they do? They came in and they bought it like it was nobody's business. Nobody's business for next week. You see it? This is where the buyers were. That's the move. The expectation would be that those buyers are at minimum right here. At minimum. We'll just delete this for right now until we're proven wrong. Those buyers are at minimum right here. Likely higher. And the hourly trigger, watch that. Let's look at that candle on an hourly basis right there. That fucking candle was just bought like it was nobody's business, right? So for next week, excuse me, my voice is a little fucked up here. So for next week, right? Real deal, real price action. What matters, what doesn't matter, what really truly matters is where is the buy for next week? Is it here, here, or here? So we're going to take a look at that for next week right now and take a peek at what we can glean for expectations into next week. I want you to remember, I want you to see something here. I want you to look at this bottom. See this bottom right here where we're almost assured that there's buyers here, right? Remember that big giant buyback here? This is that big one, right? They have to move up. They're not just buying and then not moving up. We know the CTAs are there. We know the HFs are there. We know the corpos are doing buybacks. We know that the retail trade is back on again. So, you know, these guys are likely, there's probably a 75% chance that you can guarantee the buyers are parked right here. You can already see the buying coming in right here. Here's a prime example of a trigger to buy there. So somewhere in this zone is where we want to be buyers, right? Somewhere in here, you want to be a buyer in the upcoming in this upcoming time period. So this is what we're going to talk about right now. Okay, so here's Monday. Monday 9 a.m. Okay, Monday 9 a.m. right here. I still have that expectation for today that we trade higher into this bell. I know you're going to be shocked to even hear that. Way up here for a new high, okay? Maybe into Monday, but I think it's between now and close. I'm going to be honest with you. It's up here. I know you're like, there's no fucking way, CaptainJimJames. No way possible. Okay? Then we're going to come back down here, and we're going to actually find, that 524 area down here. See that's that same area where we think they are, right down here, right? Oh, shit. Hold on. Can I, hold on a second here. Remember that area we think they are, right, for next week? Let me get rid of this really quick. Get rid of that. Matter of fact, we'll put some dates in here. Let's put Tuesday in. Turnaround Tuesday, right? I'll put this at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Right. We also know that we have Vixpiration coming up later in the week. We've got Vixpiration on, I believe, the 25th of next week, right? Some doom and gloom and all that kind of stuff. But right up here, I don't think we're done here. I honestly don't. I think you're gonna actually get. I think you're actually gonna get like a new high. We already what is that right there? 431.52. A new tick right there. All right. I'm going to come back down here and look for a low to buy into Tuesday. I need to make this fucking thing smaller. Hold on here. Sorry about this. So right up here, this is Monday, right? Monday open. Somewhere up in there. That should be the track. Right? Trade back down here. Into Tuesday, maybe. Down here, catch a new beautiful low. Right? And then we're going to take that one out up here. That's that 436. This is likely going to be into the run-up or lead up into your what do you call that thing up there? The NVDA trade, something like that. Right up there. I gotta do these in. There we go. I gotta do these separate because I gotta do these arrows separate because I can't fit this on a screen with you guys. Bring that over for you right there. Right back down on this one right here, that first level of support. Right. Fail that previous high right about there. Fail that previous high right there. Right. We're going to come right back down in here. Woof. That's going to be your Vixpiration down there. From there, we're going to go to 540 right there. Let me see if I get this right. Here is the 24th, 25th, Bloodbath. And then back up here to 540, baby. 540. Right there. That's going to be a big, bad red one. Bam. And we're going to fill the fuck out of that. There ain't no way that's going to make it. So, let's look at what we're talking about here. Let's see that big old group of buyers down here, right? Remember these guys over here? Whoop. Remember those bad boys over there? Why are we going to do that? What's going on here? Ah, shit. Don't do that to me. Hold on, I got to turn some shit off here. I got to turn some stuff off here. What? Just turn some of this stuff up. Start audio. Did I lose the stream? Is anybody, can you guys in the chat just say, can you guys in the chat just, so let's look at the thesis here. Let's just look at the thesis here, okay? Let's look at the thesis here. As a group, let's look at the thesis here, okay? Let's go back over here. Let's look at all that right there. Let's figure all this out. So we know that major buyers are right here. We know that. We know it. All right, we got it. That's where they are. We also know that we have Vixpiration coming up on the 25th. We also know that the VIX is getting murdered right now. Murdered. It's getting murdered. So we also know that on that Vixpiration, if they keep murdering it or they flatten it out a little bit, this would flatten it out, wouldn't it? You get VIX up a little bit, come back down again, dribble around, and then VIX would get blasted to the downside one more time, and you would actually have a Vixpiration move where we go down the shit can. They sell the news on NVIDIA too, don't they? You're going to be there for that NVIDIA shit and say, oh, it's going to be awesome. And it's going to get sent to the depths of hell. All right? That's the expectation. So the expected move here on these buyers is up. The expected move on these buyers, and we could actually draw this in like this. Actually draw that in on that one right there as a possibility. Making more sense? Right there. Get rid of this one. Right there. And this is the expectation. Got a new high. That points towards a new high over here. This one should fail, actually. This should actually fail. That should fail. That's how you get your doom and gloom, right? You fail 535. Where's 535? Yeah, it's a little bit lower right there. You should fail 535. Send your ass down to the shit can. And this is where you get your real support, is way down here. Forget the dates here, too. I want to tell you something. When you see me, I erase these dates on you because dates dates matter and or price matters. Either or. It could be price or date. So if they do this today, we go to the close today and do this, I'm going to expect that down move on Monday. If they do this on Tuesday, we start doing this, we're up here by Thursday, I really don't care. But there is some time involved, or there's reasons given, news events that you assign. You know, you're like, hey, Cap, is it because of that news that came out? Good news is bad news, right? Bad news is good news, right? Get it? In reality, it's just price following and news assigned, right? The news is assigned. Oh, good news is good news today, huh? Bad news is bad news today. Bad news is good news today. So anyways, we're going to catch that new high, and I'm going to tell you why we're going to catch it. We need this new high to proof that and proof that. So between now and Monday, I am expecting a new high in the marketplace. Could be today, could be Monday, could be over the weekend. Sell down into Tuesday, come back up for a new high in the week. End of the week, blast this shit to the depths of hell. Into the end of the month. And then we're back up, start a new month into June. So this is pretty much, I have this on a 1 hour chart, but this should probably be on a 4 hour chart. It's a little far out for a 1 hour chart right now, time basis. I would rather see this on a 4 hour chart. Now, when I draw these for you, right? I know I'm drawing with a fucking crayon. When I draw these for you, there's some things I want you to know. And that means if you're on a 1 minute chart and you're watching price go up here and come down here, and you're on a 1 minute chart, you can see all kinds of nonsense, and then we continue to head down, right? All kinds of nonsense up, and then we head down. So you got to be understanding that this is a range. I need you to understand out there that, what am I doing wrong here? No, this is a range, right? We're trading a range, trading a range, trading a range. Make sense? Range. Some of you guys out there are like, I want that fucking line, man, straight. I want that fucking line straight. It ain't going to happen like that ever. This is just general direction of the market. We're going up, we're going down, 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 we're going up. In this time period right here, this had a move that was giant, right? Even though we're going up, there's this down move here while we're going up. So be aware of that as you see me drawing these things. And why am I drawing these things? Now, I do have some question about this because you see this daily trigger here coming up, right? Wham, wham, wham. See it now? Wham, wham, wham. There's going to be a moment in here where you're going to be told that we're going to crash. Someone's going to tell you that on that daily trigger. Captain, price broke through the daily trigger. What does that mean? It means nothing. It means nothing. You need to have a break of the daily trigger and a new low for it to mean something. You understand? Please say yes in the chat that you understand that. It's not good enough if you break through the daily trigger for just a brief moment, but there will be people here that are going to tell you, I guarantee it. They're going to be like, oh, shit, we broke the daily trigger. Oh, no, Cappy. You have to have the second break and the new low. I guess that would count. Wham. Downside. We're not there yet, so don't be planning for it. You're not going to be fucking shorting right here because you're going to be getting your ass blown out up here before you even get there to do that trade. Far down the road, not today. But we do have a date with Destiny there. We do have a date with Destiny. Upside target, 540. 540 up here. I shit you not, 540. Now, what if something goes wrong in here? Well, none of this is invalidated unless we are below here. So this trade is valid. Trade valid. Above. Thanks for sticking around with me on a Friday, by the way, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Trade valid above, right here. That's the direction of the market. That's where we're going. Here's the consolidation. Ultimately, the upside move is right here. And want you to see that doom and gloom. That doom and gloom that results to that upside move right there. See it? Bam, bam, bam. Get it now? Bam, bam, bam. Up there. That's the target right there. Possible extension to 550. Possible extension to 550 into June or whatever. But be aware of that, okay? This should play itself out roughly as we're calling it. There could be some slight variance in this. Could see something that we don't get. Maybe it's something like this, and they doom you down over here, and then we go up there. Oh, fuck you, Cap. We didn't get the new high. It's all doom and gloom. But this is the general gist of where you should be thinking about us going. And this right here should be assigned to what? NVDA murdering the VIX before VIXpiration, okay? Murdering the VIX before VIXpiration, repricing of the VIX, all inside of there. You guys want to snapshot that? You can. That's your weekend expectation for the next few weeks, 2-3 weeks, unless something crazy happens. Now, what could invalidate all this for the bulls? What would invalidate? So if this trade is valid above, what would invalidate this for bulls? We're going to talk about that right now. Or not invalidate this for bull. What would invalidate this where we continue to go higher? I should say, and that is always follow price. Let's forget about all that over there and drawn crayons and shit. What's SPY doing right now? Fuck yeah, SPY. Do it, baby. Rip faces off into the close. So let's talk about this move right here. Okay, we're still above the hourly trigger. What do you do on the hourly trigger? You fucking buy it. You fucking buy it, right? And we can get rid of all this stuff. Matter of fact, I'm going to delete it right now. I don't even need it. I can see it in my head. So forget all that stuff over there. We got Captain's crayon fever dream to the right over there. It doesn't even matter. The only thing that matters to you is price, right? They're buying the fuck out of this right now, aren't they? What are you looking for? Our regular rules, right? Our regular rules. Where are our rules? Look at that gorgeous dip buy. Let's get rid of all this crap. Let's talk regular rules here, right? We're above the hourly trigger. We have a previous high right about here, right? Let's call it right there. Whoop. Right about there, right? Just right there. Are we bullish? No. Did we get a new high? No. If price shows us a new high, what do? We wait for the 1 minute trigger and we buy that. This is where the money shot is right there. 75 to 90% of the time. Like literally 75 to 90% of the time. Right? Whoop. Banger trade. In here, that's the trade. Right there, from there to there. Banger trade right in there. You're just waiting for that to happen. You jump on it and you're making money. You can continue to do this trading style all the way up until it fails. All the way up. We actually have this target right here. Bam. All right, we got another one. We'll make that red. We already know we want it to go higher. There's a little yellow one right there for you. Bam. Got another bad boy, right? Oh, there's this sneaky guy over here. What's that? A sneaky guy? Is that a sneaky guy? Guy sneaky over there. It's on a 1 minute basis. Let's check this on a 5 minute base or a 30-minute basis. See what that looks like on a 30-minute basis. Nah, I don't like that either. You see that? I don't like that. It's all garbage right here. Whoop, move that up. That's all garbage right there. Move that up. Let's look at a 1 hour basis. What do we see now? That one's garbage. Rid of that one. Bring this one down a little bit, right about there. Bring that one up a little bit, right about there. Bring this one down a little bit, right about there. Let's check it on a 4 hour basis. It's kind of garbage too, isn't it? Sellers are right here, aren't they? Right here. 530, 530.83, your yellow bar. Snap a line through there. Right there. Get back to our 1 minute basis. Come back over here. Whoop. Get a little bit better picture now, don't we? A little bit better picture here. Trading 529.15 at the moment. We know that 530 is where they want it for the close, we think. 6 p.m. Bam, right there. 6 p.m. Not too far away, is it? Just want to get up there, have them sell this thing down. Price target 530.91. High target 531.52. 531.52. Just want that new high between now and Monday. 531.52, and I want to sell that too. Any price action up here in Monday, you want to be up here selling for a weekly low starting next week. Hold on here. How do I project upside targets? Good question. It's a very good question. I do some Elliott wave. I do some Elliott wave stuff for upside projections as long as it's in line with gamma. So especially on all-time highs. A lot of people have a hard time. Write that down. Hold on a second here. Hold on. We have a great question here. We're gonna actually do a class on this. How to trade all-time highs. It's a very good question because people are so scared of all-time highs. I pretty much use 3 things. 3 or 4 things. So you can see right here. Can you see it right here or no? So I've got some Fibonacci tools up here. I will use Fibonacci tools or kind of know. Sorry. Let me start at square one. So if you're trading all-time highs, okay, let's say you're on a new high and you want to trade an all-time high, you can use a few things. Number one, you don't need to care as long as you know where the buyers are. You don't really care. As long as you know where the buyers are, you know where the start point is, or a rough idea. Where are the buyers? That really is all that matters. The second thing that you should know on trading all-time highs is zeros and fives mean everything. Everything. Forget Fibonacci yet. Fuck Fibonacci right now. 0 and 5s mean everything. If you come into, let's say this is a 5. Okay, this is a 0, and that's a 0. On your first approach to a 5 or a 0, you're going to expect a rejection in general. Then you'll expect a buy to get above that. Okay? Get it? Rejection. You're going to expect it. I don't care if you get above it. Oh, I do. I really want to see it. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Rephrase all this. So let's say we're coming into a 5, right? I'm looking to see if we breach it or if we don't breach it. If we don't breach it, probably the top. If we do breach it, right? I don't care if we stay up there. I'd prefer actually to come back down, I should say. But then I do expect us to briefly break above and hold it. So if this was 5, I would expect 5.1. That's it. Then our next level above is a 0. That's a big part of this. So first thing is find out where the actual buyers are. Where are the real buyers? When your best estimation, if you can get that within a 70% accuracy, you're pretty much spot on. Next thing you're looking above you, an all-time highs, are always 0s and 5s, 0s and 5s, 0s and 5s. The next thing that I look at would be looking at, hold on a second here. These tools up here, these are fib extension tools. So you can start to look at all the fib extensions where those are. The next thing that I look at that's most important to me, more important than fib extensions, is always going to be gamma. Where are the call walls? How strong are they? How severe are they? How much development of calls do we have above? How much development of calls do we have below? And that gives usually, and that with that plus a daily basis or a weekly basis for weekly expected moves should give you a rough idea within a sigma move 90% of the time where we're going. You can check every week. There are places you can go anywhere you want. You can do your own math to do this. You can do it. We do it with pivots on an individual daily basis. On an individual daily basis. But you can also, I think you can do it on a weekly with this thing. Hold on a second here. But anyways, daily pivots for intraday trading, weekly pivots for weekly expected moves up and down. Expect a 1 sigma move, a 2 sigma move would be the other 10% of the time that you'd see that 2 sigma crazy move. But it's not rocket science. It's not as hard as you would think that it is. Anyways, what do we got right now? What's going on here? Oh, we got a high of the day right now. All that doom and gloom today, fade the day, and we're above. We just got a high of the day, almost high of the day, right? Oh, not quite, almost. A little bit below the high of the day today. Market looks pretty sexy now, doesn't it? It was looking terrible earlier. Well, it was looking so horrible. Well, everybody said it was going to crash. We're going to crash. That didn't happen, did it? Fade Friday. Trust me, just fade it. No, that's not what happened. Just getting more buyers down here to go higher. Better pricing to go higher. Yeah, you need right here. You need this tick. $529.34. $529.34. That's what you need. 1 penny. $529.34 is what you need. Now, this is Friday close. You had a chance to buy the hourly trigger and you didn't. I know you fucks want to buy this right here, though. So, I know you want to buy this, but you don't want to buy the hourly trigger. So buy the fucking hourly trigger. Any pullback to the hourly trigger, what are you doing? Say it with me. We're in positive gamma. We're in positive gamma. We're in the start of positive daily velocity. What are you doing on the hourly trigger? You buy it. You buy the back test. You put your stops below. You wait for a rejection of the hourly trigger. And I mean, like, you don't blast through it and come back up. You blast through it, come back up, and reject the hourly trigger. Then you can take your stops off. So let's just look at this one right here. Let's say you were long right here, right? Say you're long right here. I'm long right here, Cap. And we blast down. Are you getting out of your longs? No. You need the rejection for a new low for that to happen. And they give you the chance to get out up here. Almost every time. Almost every time. So we broke above the hourly trigger. What are you looking for now in this hourly trigger? Maybe a back test, right? Nice little back test. Come back up here, get your new high, and we continue higher and higher. So you can jump on this train. Any back test of the 1 minute trigger, buy it. Put a stop below it. We'll watch it right now. Watch it together. Forget the close. Let's check and see if we can buy this hourly trigger. Anyways, And those are my expectations for next week. Find something that you're a happy place in. Find some call spreads if you want. Look for the top of the key for those 3 tops of the keys to sell if you'd like for the doom and gloom coming on Vixpiration. They're going to get this fucking thing, I promise you. We're not done here. We are not done. I'm telling you, we're not done. I know you think we're done. We're not. These fucking bears are going to get annihilated. Literally annihilated. You got, dude, like just the CTA trend, it's going to be stupid. Bring on 540, bring on 550. Give us that fucking stupid, fucking real true correction. And then we'll be seeing 6,000 before you know it. I don't think NVDA is a sell until after their event, until after their report. But I do think that it is a sell. I do. I think it's going to get run up into its report. And it's purely based on price. Purely based on price. I don't give a rat fuck ass about what they report. I care about where price is going. And I think they're going to run it up before we ever get there, sell the news. I'm sure someone out there will be buying zero dates, right on their ER on the 25th. This is the time to do it right now. So if you want to trade that NVDA trade, it's probably right now and not later. Yeah. Probably right now. 25th, Vixpiration. Be careful of it. Be super careful. Hold on. I'll show you guys one thing. Hold on here. I'll show you guys one thing. Hold on. Give me a second here. I'm going to show you something. I'm not going to show you everything. But I am going to show you one thing. Vol Signals just asks, can we unclench yet? No. No. Vol Signals just asked, can we unclench yet? No. No, not yet. You're going to be waiting. No. The answer is no. No. Let me see if I can read. Let me see if I'm going to read this to you. I'm going to get in trouble for doing this. I shouldn't be doing this. Hold on here. Do me a solid out there and follow VolWiz for me. The unclench may be NVDA, with chip stocks like AMD rallying off invites to the NVDA spike party next Wednesday. That sort of watershed market moment will arrive with another event receiving no fanfare. Ding, 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 ding. Vixpiration. In the meantime, the pregame cocktails at the SMH Lounge are flowing heavily. He's showing you the buying of everything. NVDA, TSM, Avgo, AMD, Qualcomm, TXN, blah, 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 INTC. Lest we forget Vixpiration. Let me move this over here. Lest we forget Vixpiration is next Wednesday. And what is different about this month is that it arrives post-Opex, a situation that happens 4 times per year, when the Opex cycle is 5 weeks instead of 4. I frequently write about Vixpiration and often about how out of the blue change in market behavior. What about Wobbly Wednesday? Let's see what that Wobbly Wednesday is right here. You want to see what happened? 2 p.m. on the dot, 47.50 put volume, 235 more put volume, blast from the past to the depths of hell. Back in December, you may recall a sleepy Wednesday afternoon after quarterly Opex. 'Twas Vixpiration, and the stockings were full of NVDA, AMD, Meta, leap calls, when out of nowhere, while folks were already 3 nogs in, this happened. The what happened FinCom financial comedy being a reference to the great. We're not going to read the story right now. So when the unclench comes, it might be more interesting than usual. You recall with the market under pressure in April, I expected an unclench up And that occurred. So the question is, will unclench come Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? Or not at all a possibility. But as the Arval enthusiasts, those thoughts can reside with negative swing thoughts. Not in the front of the brain, please. Thus, a couple of unclenched trade ideas. I'm not going to give those to you because I don't want to give away his sauce. We're going to try to have him on the show this week, but I just drew out for you an expectation of going up into this event. And the Wednesday, right? The Wednesday of NVDA, you're all going to be out there going, fuck yeah, man, everything's going to be fucking awesome. Let's suck each other off. And bam, Tuesday, Wednesday, they start ripping us down to the depths of hell. And you're just like blindsided by this, right? What about this? What about that? What about this? All that kind of stuff. So be aware of it as we head into next week. They'll likely drive this fucker up, and then they'll do their unclench as we come into Vixpiration. Well, let me see if I can make this bigger so I can see what you guys are saying out there. Yeah, take profit Friday, I bet. I'll fucking bet you $100 that's wrong. I'll bet you $100. Matter of fact, if I'm wrong on this, I'll get back with, what's your name? Or where are you? Yeah, burn a pirate. Why don't you fucking show back up next Wednesday, and we'll talk about that, because take profit is definitely at Vixpiration or near it. I'll remember your name. Take profit Friday. Take fucking profit right before Vixpiration when they blast this shit down to the depths of hell, if it even happens, which I think it does, but we're pretty close. Like VIX 9 day. Let's look at the VIX 9 day really quick. Boop. A little bit more to go down here, right? Look at this VIX 9 day. All right, they blood this shit down a little bit more. All right, you get a little bit of volatility next week. Come back down here, slap that volatility on the backside. Bam, slap it right in the ass. And then we get the true Vixpiration crazy town right there. Get what I'm saying? So watch this VIX 9 day down here. Watch out for $8.04. Let me say it to you again. $8.04. $8 price target on VIX 9 day. $8.09. Close, pretty close to it. $8.05. Oh yeah, no, today, yeah. Take the profit today. Yes, burn the pirate. Take profit today. Absolutely. Take it today or take it Monday on the open, one or the other. You're gonna get burned on Theta over the weekend, so I'm with burn the pirate on that 100%. But take the money today or take the money on Monday if you're in a spread or something. But anyways, next week, I'm going to warn you guys, they're going to fucking run this shit up and they're going to suck you off. They're going to be like, right? And you're going to be like, oh, fuck yeah, Cap. It's going to be fucking awesome. Can't wait, Cap. Fucking bulled up. Fucking things are crazy. It's so fucking awesome, right? Where's that goddamn Vixpiration? I said the 25th. I keep saying the 25th, but it's the 22nd. Sorry for using that date. Oh, hold on a second here. Hold on, give me one quick second here. But be careful. I want you to be careful of this Vixpiration, because this Vixpiration, this NVIDIA, I keep saying, I don't know why I keep saying 25th, but this Vixpiration, be very fucking careful of it. Be extremely careful of it. Hold on a second. What am I doing here? Did I do something wrong here? Give me a quick second here. What did I just do? Doing something wonky here. Make sure I got my date right here. I'm reading all kinds of stuff in the background. Yeah, 22nd. I keep saying the 25th. I mean the 22nd. So I don't know why I keep saying the 22nd, 25th. I don't fucking know why. My point to you is, as we run up into next Wednesday, right? They're gonna have you so pumped, and they're gonna drop a fucking bad habit on your ass. More than likely, they're gonna come out. You're gonna come out like on a Wednesday or a Tuesday, and you're gonna be all bulled up, and you're gonna be fucking just getting sucked off, and they're just gonna hammer your ass. So be very careful. Anyways, if you're a bull, be very careful. If you're a bear, be careful of the run-up into Vixpiration, the destruction of VIX. And be looking for that. Be looking for that VIX 9-day buy on the VIX. I want to show you a previous example of this if I can really quick. Let me get a 4-hour going here. Right down in here. See it right down here? This is back in November. And remember I told you this could be another run like November. So at some point this week, look at where it is right now. At some point, and no one's scared right now, right? There's no scare. There's no fear in the market, is there? So you're going to get all bulled up, and they're going to drop this shit like a bad habit. And there are people out there that are going to tell you VIX 9-day can't go to $8. They're out of their fucking skulls. This market knows that it's going up. This market knows that it is going fucking to moon again. So there is no fear here. No market participants are fearful. No hedge funds, no fucking CTAs, no market participants, no banks. They all know the market's going up. They all know dips are going to get bought. So the VIX is going to get destroyed. It's bad. So they're going to rug pull your ass. Who's going to do the rug pulling? Do you know? Who do you think does the rug pulling here? Dealers. Dealers rug pull you. They know we're going there too. So they're going to be like, what are they going to do? They're going to be like, oh, we're going to get all these assholes in here. Let them load the fucking boat up. Everything's going to be awesome. They'll be sucking each other off, giving each other handies in the back alleyway. I'm going to rug pull these fuckers. And what am I going to make them do? I'm going to make them buy again. I'm going to make them buy again. Make sure that's where we're going. We're going up. They got to now convince somebody else that the market's going higher. We need one more bag holder always. Why? Because that's the dealer's money. There's always one more minimum in the road, and it starts over and over and over and over again. So if I say the market's going up, right, I'm like, hey, look, Bob, the market is going here, right? So let's say I tell you, I go, hey, Bob, the market's going here. The dealer goes, okay, Cap, put your money where your mouth is. And I go, all right, fuck it. Here's some calls, right? I just bought 532 calls, Mr. Dealer. What does the dealer do to me? The dealer counter trades me down, doesn't he? So I'm like, oh, fuck. I just said we were going to 530. Keeping this simple for you, but oh, fuck. I think we're going to 532, right? And I just bought calls and nobody's going there with me. Dealers just hedged delta neutral hedged my ass. They took the opposite side of the trade. So what do I got to do here? Well, I got to go on FinTwit and tell everybody it's going to 532, don't I? And you have to believe me, don't you? And I probably have to buy more calls and do what? DCA, don't I? Start DCAing. Start adding in. Meanwhile, the dealer's laughing at me, chuckling. What a funny motherfucker, right? What a loser. But then people start to believe me that we're going there. What do? They start buying calls. They start buying calls. They start buying calls. They start buying calls. They start buying calls, right? What does that dealer do? Oh, fuck. Now I'm angry. I can't hedge all this stuff, and price is starting to go higher than my hedging. I can't hedge anymore. I'm going to become toast. So what do they have to do? They buy along with you, right? But as they buy along with you, you forget that they already hedged all that shit down there, right? So they're one step ahead of you. When we begin to roll over, they're already up on you. They're already up here, even though price is up here. They're already up on you this much. They can begin to sell along with you, never lose a dollar, and amplify the downside move. Make sense? So, anyways, my point to you is this: if we go up into next week, dealers can just start snap selling into you, right? And drop this fucker all day long as you're buying all those calls all day long, and you stop buying calls, they're going to run this thing right back down on your ass. You're all hot and bothered and sexy and sweating, and you're so stoked, and you're jumping in at the top, and you're FOMOing, and they're like, fuck this, we're out of here. So you're all hoard up next week, and in Vixpiration, they just start fucking dumping on your ass. Anyways, like right on an opening bell, you're just like watch these fools buy all these calls. They're all bulled up for this week. We're gonna dump right on these fuckers. We're gonna. Can you imagine sitting in that room as that shit's going on? It's not real people anymore, I don't think. I think it's mostly computers, but there used to be a real person doing that shit. Anyways, expect upside in the close into Monday. Expect some kind of a target of 532-ish, 531 and change in a Monday. Look to sell that down. What else? I think that's it. I think that's all I got. If you're a bear, you probably have to wait a little bit for that doom and gloom. If you're more bared up now than I am, let's say you're like, fuck you, Cap, we're going to sell this close. What would I say to you? I would say to you, probably your best bet is we're right back to bear put ratios. You'd probably have to trade a ratio spread in case you get fucking rammed up your ass and we trade 536. I don't know if that would work though in this trade. It might not work. Maybe it might not be enough up for that trade right now. I'd have to run it 2 or 3 times and see. But otherwise, if you're a bear, underneath the hourly trigger with a rejection, or sell the next high, which is likely going to be new high up here, 532. Way up here. 532 is your next sell, or below the hourly trigger down here with a rejection. Right now, buyers own this shit. They own it. They really do. BA. Hold on here. Well, dude, I like this USO trade. BA. 190 maybe. You want to see BA really quick? I just brought it up. Here's BA expectations. Kind of running it right now. Had a nice little back test on the hourly trigger. Looking for 187.99. There's some traffic up here. You have to be careful of. Make that bigger. There's some traffic here too. First target on BA. Low end 187. 187 is the case that they gave me. 188.49 be the first pullback that I'd be cautious of. So BA, I'd like to see them trade up into Monday, right? Squeeze it up into Monday, sell the opening bell, and I would be flat here for sure. And then the real thing that you're looking for is, do they buy the hourly trigger again? Run this up early week, and then boom, they sell your ass down to the depths of hell on Vixpiration. I hate BA. BA strong into the bell too, right? You see that? Strong into the bell right now. BA looking really sexy right now. Expect more uppies into Monday. But I would be, if you get up here, sell the bell on BA for sure. What else I have for you? I think that's it. What are we trading right now? 528.95. Did we actually tag 530 or no? This is almost like the same price action as yesterday. Hold on here. Get back over here. Almost like the same price action as yesterday. Let me know in the chat if you're going to buy puts today or not, or if you're going to wait until Monday. If you buy puts today, do you buy them on Monday for that downside move in Tuesday? Are you just long here until we get up to 536 for Vixpiration? Let me know what your thoughts are. Anyways, these are my thoughts into not an inducement of financial advice, but this is my expectations. They're trying. They don't want the new high, do they? They are stinky potty mouths. Revenge trade, and they're like, give somebody's upside down with their shorts. Shorts wrapped around their necks and shit. It's like weird science. Coming back down to retest the hourly trigger right now. I'm thinking about. I wonder if I should. The theta will kill me on Monday. Like 0-day or 1-dates will suck for Monday. Maybe a call spread for Monday would be better to sell on the open on Monday. Not bearish though. Over the weekend, expecting 532 on Monday, or expecting 532 until 4 a.m. on Monday, maybe 6 a.m. 4 or 6 a.m. 532 price target by Monday morning. 532. No, sorry, 531.48. 531.48 expectation by Monday morning, sometime in the U.S. Cash market open in the morning. Maybe not 9:30, maybe like 4 or 6 or something. I was thinking about some 0-dates. I was blabbing. I would have bought all this down here, but I was blabbing. I wasn't paying attention to the market. I had it on, but I wasn't paying. I was like, yeah, it's nothing. It's like fucking more bullshit. Anyways, I will see you guys. It's now 3:51. Let's have a toast. Probst. Oh, dude, that was terrible. Did you see that? Did you see that meme where they said they're all dead? Of course, BA is going to go up now. Is that the one you're talking about? You're talking about the meme with BA where all the what do they call those guys? The guys that Right on, Addy. Sam, what do they call that thing there? And you want to short it after they killed all the the whistleblowers, exactly. Whistleblowers. I thought that was the great best meme of the week a couple weeks ago. Terrible. It was so terrible. It was so filthy. Come on, break above, dudes. Do it. Let's look at Bookmap really quick. I literally gave you guys someone's watching this. Oh yeah, there it is, baby. There it is right there. It's just begging for it. 536 too. It's right there. It's just waiting for it. Just look at it. It's right fucking there. It's right up there. Trust me, we're going there. We are going there, I promise you. Let me look for an MOC here. Treasury wrap, T-notes, futures settled 9 ticks lower. Woohoo! White House says Israel has assured U.S. they're willing to continue conversations for making major decisions on Rafah. Dude, I think we might get a deal. We might get a fucking deal over the weekend. They're talking about it. Hezbollah has begun intensifying rocket fire into Israel. Of course they are. They don't want a deal. Hezbollah does not want a deal. There's some people flying to Saudi Arabia for that. There's a big deal going. You guys know some of this is more about money than people, right? Kind of gross. But there's a deal between Saudi Arabia, Israel, some other countries. Hezbollah increasing rocket fire. That means there might be a deal over the weekend. Of course, Hezbollah wants no deal between these countries. We've got what's the other one here? White House Security Advisor Sullivan will travel to Saudi Arabia on Saturday to meet with the Crown Prince. Will then travel to Israel on Sunday and meet with Netanyahu. So that's some big. That could become big news. I would expect Hezbollah is going to go fucking ballistic over the weekend, guaranteed. Anything that they can do to stop that deal is better for them. What else we got here? MOC sell side. Look, it looks like all the news people are taking the day off here. Looks like everybody's done on Friday. I don't see an MOC seller buy side. Anyways, I don't see one. Yeah, I think your first sell is there. I think that's where your first sell is. Your last sell is gonna be 536. 1 billion to the buy side. I wonder if this is just to park the price, though. That 1 billion is just parking price in the close. But I do have higher expectations for the upside. You should have taken a snip of the video. You can come back to it and watch it over the weekend if you want. Those are my expectations into next week. Going up. Still going up. But I'm telling you, watch out for that Vixpiration. I'm warning you. That Vixpiration, and normally it happens on the opening bell. So if there was a word of wisdom, I would say only buy a successful back test next week. So let's say we open up on let's say it's 9 a.m., right? And you get your first rip off the day. Let that shit pull back and catch a new high maybe at least once. At least once. Don't be like buying the initial rip. I'd be waiting for that first higher high. If you don't see that higher high, that could be it. So just be very careful of this exact setup on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. That's where the trap comes in. You have to be able to switch to bear on the jiffy into next week. Yeah, I want to see VIX get repriced, man. I want to see the VIX is getting blooded right now. Do you guys see the VIX today? It's like fucking airborne straight down. Airborne straight down. If we go up to 532 on Monday, sell that shit. Are any of you guys buying the VIX today? Any of you guys going to own physical VIX here? I think that's a great trade, by the way. Like actually owning the VIX. I think today's a good day to own the VIX. Today, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday. Rather than trying to spy, I think it's a really safe trade. Just owning the fucking VIX today, own it Monday, own it Tuesday, Wednesday. DCA it for like $9 to $12, somewhere in there. I think it's at 12 something right now. 1208 or I don't know where it is right now. I'm talking out of my ass here. Let me just make sure I got this right. Where's the VIX, baby? Oh, also another note here. RGF was fucking cranking today. I do not want to sell RGF until I get $6. I'm serious. I want $6 on it. It did bounce. It bounced at 11.91. Looks like some people are buying the VIX here. Some people are buying the VIX here. So I can't say don't. I can't say it's a bad trade. They're buying the VIX already. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They're just like, I'm buying the VIX. Vixpiration coming up on fucking Wednesday. They don't care. SVXY, sure. Hold on here. Dude, I can't. I used to try to trade. Dude, look at that. Look at SVXY. It's just so stupid. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's sexy. They're repricing the VIX. That's so funny. SVXY trading 59.93. Monster moves to the upside. Spoos going mooning right now. Oh, new high on Spoos into the bell just then. 529.35. Oh man, new high on the close. The strong close today. Some guy's out and like some guy's on vacation on Friday short, and he's like, "Oh no, no, what are they doing? No!" Trading 529.38 just then. This is all Opex bullshit. It's all scam. It's all Opex bullshit. I gotta print my spreads for Opex, bro. Now the market can do whatever it wants to do. All right. So there is a window of weakness coming up next week. I don't know if your favorite person that says window of weakness, or your favorite group of people that say window of weakness. I'm assuming they're going to tell you that there's a window. Probably you get a note from them this weekend saying there's a window of weakness coming up into Wednesday of next week. Be prepared for it. We're good now. We're good. We're good. So short now. Yeah, short right now. I would say short Monday open. That's what I think. I think you short that fucking open. Like opening bell. Bam. Short the fuck out of it. That's what I think you're going to do. Wait until Monday open. They're going to tell you over the weekend on FinTwit, though, that it's going to crash. All right. I'll see all of you guys Monday. I appreciate you being here this week. I'm going to try to work on some stuff over the weekend for you guys. See if I can have something special for you between now and Monday. And I hope to have something to say to you guys on Sunday or Monday. Something really cool. I'm going to try to touch grass, too. I haven't done any of that. I haven't done any touching of grass. Been working like a maniac. And I'll see all of you guys on Monday. Yeah. And hey, but the other thing, I'm going to try to work over the weekend on Robinhood for you guys so that we can get ready to do a trade. Take a trade on Robinhood. We need to be ready for that. If we can get that expiration low, oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, this fucking thing, right? I want to show you guys something. If we can get back to anything in there, if we can get anywhere back here, anything back in here, we're going to run a fucking trade on that shit. So if we can get anything back in here, we're going to run a Robinhood trade. I don't know what it's going to be, but we might run it on some of those tickers that we've got in the ETF, but we're going to, because we only got $1,000. So, but if we can get, oh man, if we can get that one right there, oh dude, that's ugly. If we can do anything like that up there, it's going to be amazing. All right, I'll see you guys. Look at that consolidation, buy the dip, get me a high on Monday. Fuck yeah, bring it on back down, fake out all the bulls. All right, I'll see you guys on Monday. Later.